Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku starts haunting Class 1A? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. There was a rumor that was whispered through the halls of Yu, murmured throughout the different classes with worried glances and wearily discussed behind the rim of coffee mugs in the teacher's lounge. Class 1A diligently ignored the whispering, the odd looks, the bold questions. Aizawa assigned attention to whoever even seemed like they were about to ask. There were murmurs that sounded in Class 1A, sometimes, when too long of a silence settled over the room, yet no one could pinpoint where the voice was coming from, even when everyone remained silent. Objects would be left overnight only for the students to return to things moved around, possessions in spots where they weren't before. A soft tapping noise was perfectly common to hear during lecture, during studies. Some of the students attempted to reach out to the noises once, twice, 3 times before under the watchful eyes of Aizawa. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes it didn't. The class of 1A seemed almost split in half when asked if they believed their class was haunted. The number of believers only seemed to grow whenever other students checked in, never shrinking. Kaminari was the first to give in to the idea, and although some laughed at the thought, others seemed to agree, Shinso in particular. They were the ones to try communicating first, having dragged a reluctant Shiro and Kirishima with them. According to the group of 4, a recording ready for evidence, it had worked. Objects had shifted slightly when requested, murmurs stopping and starting as questions were asked, the tapping noise that haunted lectures being directed wherever someone gestured. It managed to convince others to go with, on the next trip. Nothing came out of it, not a single response. Not giving up, they tried again, armed with an EMR for voice recognition and a camera propped up on textbooks, Aizawa calmly sipping coffee as he watched with mild interest. That session made even Aizawa a believer. No one was left out of the group after that. The longer they stayed in the classroom, the more they learned of certain habits. If someone were to walk into the furthermost corner from the door, they would find the air colder than everywhere else, chills flowing down their spines like icy water. No other area in the room felt this way. If someone were to attempt to leave anything sitting on the desk at the very back right of the room, around the same area of the cold chills, then it would most certainly be shifted somewhere else come morning. Yaoyorozu had arrived to her classroom many a time, ready to pick up what she had left, only to find it had been moved, Aizawa's desk or a neighboring desk the most common locations. If silences stretched too long, uncomfortable or contemplative alike, a voice sounding doubled over would murmur for a while, as if to fill up the emptiness. Aizawa had grown used to an insistent tapping appearing and disappearing at random during lectures, the sound resembling a pen against a desk or nails against a window. They debated attempting to reach out in other ways, and Mina had bravely suggested writing small notes of greeting and questions on the chalkboard. Ida in particular seemed against the idea, and debates lasting all their free time were often. Unsurprisingly, the first to decide an answer to such a question was Shinso, who stood up in determination one morning during one of the class's many debates and marched to the blackboard, picking up the chalk and writing a quick hello friend. When Aizawa arrived, he politely asked for the note to be left, and the students went home with bated breath. There had been nothing. Disappointment had flooded the hearts of the students, but none of them quite gave up. Sometimes, on particularly dreary days, the atmosphere of the room would feel like a physical weight pressing down on their shoulders and chests, and the temperature would feel like someone left the window open during a snow day. Yaoyorozu, Mineta, Tokoyami and Todoroki would have to be moved up front, seated on the floor, otherwise they would be too pale and too alert the whole day. The murmurs would be a constant, distorted presence regardless of silence or not, and the tapping would appear and disappear at random instead of just during lectures. The students and Aizawa would try and power through the dour atmosphere the best they could, but it was nearly impossible to focus. Aizawa, losing patience, formed a scolding expression. "We are trying to have class and the students can't focus," he stated flatly to the room at large. "Please rein in your temper." The room was still cold, but the murmurs and tapping stopped completely. Palpable relief radiated off of everyone as they continued with class, But it didn't last when the next day they arrived and there was no sign of the presence other than the cold, chill-inducing corner. The students, after Shinso guessed what had happened, were quick to reassure that it was fine, there was no harm done, but nothing they did or said got any sort of response. When Aizawa walked in, the students quickly explained what they arrived to, and Aizawa sighed in clear exasperation. I wasn't meaning permanently, nor everything. You were only being extreme yesterday and I asked you to rein yourself in, not grow silent. You may hover as you please. A quick, somehow cheerful-sounding tapping resonated near Aizawa's desk, soft murmurs floating in the air before both noises vanished. The room felt lighter, happier. The day resumed as it usually did. Again, under Aizawa, the students tried communication with the presence. The EMR settled along the desk and a camera propped up. They finally got a name and age, the latter of which caused the heroes to flinch in sympathy. It admitted it was 12, and Aizawa in particular looked nauseous at the fact. They were talking to a child. A dead child. The name, however, seemed to make Bakugo hover closer to the EMR, as if he could see the kid just by staring hard enough at it. Izuku. They got Izuku to clarify that yes, he was in fact male, and he sort of had an idea of why he was seemingly trapped here. WANTED-TOB WHINJARI up. WANTEDGO YERE. JUMPD ROOF SAD LONOY. They did their best to greet him at the start of every day when they walked through the classroom door after that, a cheerful hello, wishing him a good morning, asking how his night went, and also did their best to include him in conversation, however briefly they managed. Cheerful tapping and soft murmurs would be their only response, but the class of 1A understood the gestures were appreciated regardless. Another EMR session, but this time secluded from most, found Aizawa at his desk, a hovering, watchful figure, and Bakugo settled next to the chilly corner, goosebumps prickling his arms and legs. No camera was positioned. It was just them. Bakugo didn't plan on anyone else hearing anyway. The first words he actively spoke to this hovering presence were, "I guess you didn't make it the way you intended, huh nerd?" A long, tense silence followed, and Bakugo played back the recording. "No, but got, see you?" It was the clearest Bakugo had ever heard his voice from the EMR. It tore at his heart. His second words were simply "I'm sorry. Danti, KACC Eniver, Bilamedu, WNTKCCHN, HAPPY. Some tears were shed that afternoon, tucked away in a lonely classroom with a forgotten childhood friend, and a long overdue conversation was had. Aizawa never commented, not once, even as Bakugo sobbed over the stupid fucking machine that shitty Deku was forced to use as a microphone. Even when he got caught in a loop of "I'm sorry, I'm so fucking sorry," and all the EM had to say was "I forgive you," clear as day, as if that erased everything. Even when that brought more tears. Bakugo ended that session with a hoarse goodbye, tucking the EMR away like a long-lost treasure, and leaving the classroom in silence, except for the soft tapping of fingernails against a window pane. Aizawa wasn't exactly sure why or what caused it, but Class 1A had an extra student that nobody but himself and his class knew about. The teacher knew without question that the students were a lot more open-minded than he was about the whole thing. It made him uncomfortable in a way he couldn't exactly put his finger on, but his students seemed a lot more inclined to interact with the presence. Privately, he hoped they had the common sense to leave it be. He should have known his class had no such thing. He thought about bringing it up to Principal Nezu on more than one occasion, but he had a feeling the little mouse creature wouldn't believe him, and even if he did, Aizawa doubted there was much he could do, so he took the circumstance with as much grace as he was able. Aizawa wasn't sure if he was doing a good job or not, whether his students could sense his unease every time the twisted, doubled-over speech faded in and out as he attempted to seem as unbothered as possible, or when a tapping that seemed to come from nowhere floated about the classroom like an unspoken threat. He stayed behind in the classroom for as little as he could get away with. The mutterings turned to whispers, flickering in and out, doubled over. The weird air about the place set him on edge, making him glance over his shoulder, expecting someone to be there. No one ever was. When his students proposed doing a session with an EMR, Aizawa offered to supervise. Partly out of worry, he knew his students well enough to know they'd just do it anyway, and partly because he was morbidly curious to see what would come about. even as his sensible side screamed at him that he would regret it. He indeed regretted the decision, almost immediately. What he discovered during those sessions made him sick to his stomach. Maybe just the thought of a dead child haunting his class made him upset in general. Maybe the thought was a stark reminder that no matter how hard he strived, saving everyone just wasn't possible. Maybe it was both of those things and something else. On days when the students had dispersed and Aizawa was the only one left in the room, the voice would lower from its usual muttering into a soft whisper, the noise not unlike wind rustling through leaves. It was still mostly indecipherable, but it did seem pointed, as if addressing the teacher in a more respectful manner. He didn't know what else to do other than let the kid do as he pleased, filling the silent room with his aimless chatter. It wasn't as if Aizawa would demand him to stop anyway. Not when the kid wasn't bothering anyone and, most importantly, had nowhere else to go. Aizawa could never quite bring himself to address the presence on purpose. He phrased his questions as him simply thinking out loud, but the kid didn't seem to mind, tapping and muttering away in reply even though Aizawa had no idea what he was saying. He would listen regardless, hoping to be some kind of soothing presence for his unexpected ward. Sometimes he delayed leaving as long as he could, knowing the poor kid was going to spend the rest of his day and night alone in an empty room, and he would think out loud to himself and quietly listen to the nonsense the air spat back out at him in response. Sometimes Aizawa left as soon as he could, going as far as rushing to pack up his things. The kid always seemed just a touch sadder the next day, a little less talkative, but Aizawa couldn't take having to face him every day, knowing he couldn't and didn't save him. If only he had been there. If only he could have talked him down, told him there were people who loved him and would miss him and he could reach his dreams if he just lived one more day. If only. After Bakugo's session with the EMR, the puzzle wasn't finished per se, but he knew he at least had more of the pieces. He asked Bakugo about it only once, and he tried to tread as lightly as he possibly could. Bakugo had been oddly soft-spoken, simply claiming he was someone he knew that had taken his own life at a young age. He didn't seem inclined to say anything further and Aizawa refused to push when he looked so uncharacteristically downtrodden. On weekends he had paperwork to finish and the students had the day off. Aizawa would occasionally sit in the seemingly empty classroom instead of his office. The kid would greet him with what Aizawa assumed were cheerful, particularly loud mutterings before falling silent, and he would take a seat at his desk. He didn't openly speak, but that didn't stop the presence from chattering on and off regardless, a cold chill creeping in from the one specific corner of the room. Aizawa never complained. He would only grit his teeth against the biting cold and steady his shaking hand as he wrote. This particular weekend, however, had him visiting a friend of a friend, Naomasa. He asked if there was ever a missing child report with the name Izuku. A file turned up shortly after. The pages wrote a clear, woeful story of a boy named Izuku Midoriya. Diagnosed quirkless at age 4 and bullied relentlessly for it and his strange behavior, muttering incessantly to himself being one of many, Aizawa noted bitterly. He ended up taking his own life by jumping off a rooftop. Bakugo Katsuki, Midoriya's main tormentor, admitted to goading the boy into taking his own life. Midoriya's mother never pressed charges, and instead he was placed in anger management therapy and then general therapy after that. Aizawa could do nothing but stare holes into the paper in disbelief. Yes, Bakugo was hot-headed, yes he had a temper, but never in a million years had Aizawa ever suspected the blonde to be capable of saying such things. No wonder he was so repentant. Aizawa excused himself and left with a weight on his chest that was hard to breathe around. There was no reason to talk to Bakugo about it now. The situation was long dealt with and Bakugo very clearly felt remorse. Trying to scold him now would be redundant and would most likely do more harm than good. But his thoughts kept circling him, insistent and repeating and tearing at his heart. Why was no one there to save him? Why was he all alone? Why did no one offer the suffering child a hand? He went back to his classroom instead of going home, papers tucked under his arm. Muttering greeted him, and fuck did that have a whole new meaning to it, as he quietly organized his things and sat down. Aizawa paused. The entire room seemed to pause with him. It made a snap decision. Hello Midoriya. It's nice to meet you. Childish laughter echoed around the empty corners of the room, the window panes rattling in their frames as the lights flickered and buzzed. As much as the spectacle set his hair on end, he couldn't help but smile warily at the sheer excitement the actions held. If he couldn't be there for the kid then, Aizawa would do his best to keep him company now. It was the least he could do. When Aizawa asked him to fill in for the afternoon, he hadn't expected this would be his experience. The second he walked through the door, Hizashi realized it was noticeably colder in the room than it was in the hall. The second thing he noticed was the off and on, inhuman murmurs, coming through the walls and sneaking through the cracks and seams of the building as the students talked amongst themselves. The voice made him freeze just in front of the doorway, and it took someone calling his name for him to snap out of it. The class fell silent at the presence of a teacher, and so did the voice. Hizashi barely managed to make it to Aizawa's desk before the door slid open again. Kaminari rushed in the door 3 minutes late, greeted the empty air with "Heya Izuku" in a hurry, and made his way to his seat, out of breath, as a tapping sound seemed to come from Kaminari's desk. Kaminari only grinned, not a touch of concern in his features as he sat down. Hizashi was too confused to scold him for his tardiness. He did roll call. Izuku wasn't on the list. Hizashi may be silly at times and enjoy joking around, but he was a pro-hero for a reason, and knowing how to put 2 and 2 together was naturally expected of the profession. These kids weren't telling him outright, but the way they behaved spoke volumes. Especially Bakugo. He was behaving strangely. He started the lecture. The room felt odd in a way he couldn't describe, like something was there that wasn't supposed to be. A weird energy lingered in the air, making the hair on his arms and neck stand on end. No matter how many times he scanned the classroom for the perpetrator, he couldn't find anyone that was tapping a pencil or pen, and certainly no one that was standing up to wrap their fingernails against the window's glass. Hizashi expected Bakugo to lose it and demand whoever was making the noises to shut the fuck up, but he did no such thing, behaving as though the noises weren't there at all. No one else seemed concerned as Hizashi tried to keep his unease as subtle as possible. The muttering flickered in and out like a changing radio. No one he could see was speaking, but they were certainly acknowledging it. He could tell Shinso and Kaminari were splitting their focus on the whispering and his teaching, and when a particularly clear phrase was spoken, they pulled out a separate notebook to jot down their guess on the words. Bakugo himself seemed more intent on listening to the disembodied voice than Hizashi's own, which was an odd sight considering the kid's seriousness when it came to his studies. Ajui's eyes flickered around curiously, as if wondering where it was coming from, occasionally looking to the windows when they made the slightest creak. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Mineta, and Tokoyami, despite the room being pleasantly warm, shivered in their seats every once in a while. Hizashi asked them more than once if they would like the heat turned up, but all of them declined, throwing amused smirks and smiles at him out of all the responses. What was most interesting, however, was the response his joke got. Hizashi enjoyed making people smile, and considering the almost somber atmosphere of the classroom, he figured throwing some jokes around would lighten the kids' moods, and his own, at least a little. He made a simple joke, one he figured the more soft-hearted girls of the class would probably find enjoyable. There was a brief pause, then someone, something, giggled, the lights briefly flickering as if they would go out. It sounded younger than a high schooler, and it made the class stiffen in surprise. Hizashi tensed, ready for whatever was about to happen next. The class, however, quickly became ecstatic. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu gasped, some of the boys laughed breathlessly in a mixture of disbelief and shock, and Bakugo grinned sharply, amused. They talked to each other quietly, laughing and giggling themselves now, and Hizashi had to quiet them down again so he could finish the lecture. The childish response shook him. It sounded young. After the lecture was done, he gave them free time to start on the homework, and they grouped up immediately. Some groups, most notably the ones including the class rep and vice rep, diligently started on the worksheet in between chatter. Some only pulled out the worksheet for show, not that Hizashi was surprised. Bakugo got to work, keeping to himself, an earbud in to listen to music. Izuku's name was being brought up again. Hizashi could hear it in multiple conversations. This time the response was decently loud muttering, overlapping and talking over itself, seemingly made up of more than one voice. It seemed to be responding to the occasional prompt from the class, And even though they clearly couldn't understand what was being said, the students reacted positively to it. Hizashi bit his tongue against scolding the students otherwise. If they were this content with interaction, then Aizawa most likely condoned it. He wondered if that was a good idea. When Shinso asked the presents if it thought Hizashi's joke was funny, amusement coloring his tone, murmurs and laughter was the response. Hizashi shivered. When class was over, everyone talked to their friends as they packed up. They threw their backpacks on, saying goodbye to Izuku. Bakugo in particular seemed almost sad to leave, grumbling a soft later nerd before reluctantly departing and leaving the classroom one by one. The muttering resounded until everyone had left, as if replying to each and every goodbye it received, then silenced as abruptly as it had begun, making him clench his teeth in discomfort. Hizashi knew it was still there, hovering, maybe watching. He packed up his things as quickly as he could without being obvious. Hizashi approached the door to leave, but just before he stepped through he heard a whisper, right behind him, indecipherable but undeniable. No one was there when he looked over his shoulder. A chill climbed up his spine and made goosebumps prickle at his arms and legs. He left the room and firmly shut the door behind him, taking a moment to soothe himself and gather his wits before marching down the hall with purpose. Aizawa had some explaining to do. The worst thing about this whole situation, Katsuki thought, was the fact that he couldn't understand the fucker anymore. Deku's ramblings and tangents weren't new to him, and the way Deku used to talk a mile a minute like stopping would bring forth consequence wasn't new either. Admittedly, Katsuki tuned him out most of the time. He regretted it now. Why did he do that when he had so little time to hear him stupid? But other times it was nice white noise to listen to. When he was much younger, he made a game out of how much of Deku's jargon he could decipher, unbeknownst to his friend. It didn't matter how hard he listened now. There was something wrong with his voice, something missing or broken beyond repair. A clearer than normal word or phrase would crop up on occasion during class or study time, almost an actual voice, and Katsuki would jolt in his chair, alert and listening and begging to make sense of any of it, but by the time he was paying attention it had faded away, back into static. He needed the stupid fucking E-thing to get anything comprehensible out of him. Not only did Deku haunt the classroom, he also tended to haunt Katsuki's dreams as well, now that he was exposed to Deku's voice again. Nightmares of Aunt Inko sobbing, of the funeral, of his own uncontrollable sobs and screaming at the uncaring walls of his room until his voice was gone. He thought he'd put everything behind him going into Yude, and hearing the little shit's voice again on that first day made him wonder, terrified and confused, if he had finally gone insane from guilt. Thankfully, he wasn't the only one visibly shaken by the disembodied noises, and Katsuki slowly began to guess what was going on, dread welling in his gut and making bile rise to the back of his throat. Every day, forced to sit in class and try to pretend he wasn't listening to his past childhood friend mutter to himself. Sometimes Katsuki wondered if Deku came back just to spite him, but he'd remember his apology and Deku's response and reason that he wasn't anywhere close to bratty, let alone spiteful. Part of Katsuki desperately wished he was. That the little ghost would throw shit at him, make him freeze in class, scream nonsense so Katsuki could claim he had the higher ground at least somehow. But no. Of course not. Deku reached out to anyone that would listen. He muttered in response to questions meant for the teacher, whisper in students' ears when they were trying to study. Katsuki wondered if he knew to be quiet somehow or if it was just a coincidence, and even going as far as to tap on the desks during lectures, a habit Deku picked up when people began to ignore or talk over him, when Katsuki began to. It was a plea for some kind of acknowledgement. Something. He barely got anything in the beginning, the class desperately trying to deny what was right in front of their faces. Even Katsuki himself. They all tried to pretend nothing was out of the ordinary, and looking back, Katsuki wondered why he had been so afraid. Deku was too soft-hearted to do much of anything dangerous. It didn't matter if he was alive or dead. As ashamed as he was to admit it, he wasn't the one to reach out first. Kaminari and Shinso were the ones to break the spell. Sparky tentatively acknowledged the theory that their classroom was haunted. Back then, some still laughed at the idea, claiming Kaminari was being, well, Kaminari. But Shinso latched onto it, and in no time at all, they begged an EMR reader off of Tokoyami and began to reach out, Kirishima and Shiro being talked into it as well. The group of believers only grew after that first experience. It wasn't until Kirishima begged him that he went along, and he really wished he hadn't. They asked Deku why he thought he was stuck in the school. WNTDTOB, WHNGRWUP, Deku explained, voice cracked and glitching every word or so. His voice was painfully familiar. WNTDGOTO, Yaraid, JUMPED, ROFSADI, IDNK, Loanawaida. Katsuki powered through the rest of the session, then left to the bathroom. He threw up everything he'd eaten that day. Katsuki often stayed with Aizawa after classes, curled up in the nearly freezing corner of the room by Ponytail's desk. The machine sat next to him. He would talk, pause, stop the machine to play back the words Deku spoke but he couldn't hear, and repeat until Aizawa was ready to leave. He would talk about Kirishima and how his behavior confused him, then Shiro and Kaminari, then Mina. He would talk about the shenanigans his classmates, his friends, dragged him into, and how he got kicked out of a supermarket. When Katsuki played back the recording to hear his response to that particular experience, all it was laughter. Katsuki's heart warmed. He would talk about his hero training, how All Might was as a teacher, a conversation Deku was oddly quiet through, and how Aizawa was as a teacher, loud and slightly teasing, getting a glare from the man in response. Sometimes he found himself apologizing and not much else. It was always taken with kindness and patience, no matter how many times he repeated himself. Sometimes he just let the silence stretch to let Deku speak, only doing so himself when he warned Deku he was stopping the recording. The sentences were choppy and slightly broken, but it was easily understandable with practice. He was thankful he could make it up to the nerd by listening now. "I promise, I'll make you proud," he whispered to the little machine settled in his lap. His body was curled around it in a protective shield. "I'll become the #1 hero, for me and for you." "I know you will," it whispered back in the ensuing silence. Toshinori could admit his faults. He knew when he was slacking or lagging behind, so it wasn't hard to admit to himself that the class of 1A confused him greatly. Not the students. No, it was the classroom. He would walk through the door just after class started, just barely catching the soft murmurs of an oddly echoey voice before a heavy silence would suddenly crash down, weighing on the room's atmosphere like a ball and chain being dropped in water. It was oppressive, suffocating, as if the very air itself had a substance and weight that it shouldn't. The students would drop whatever they were doing to stare at him. Some curiously, some equally as bewildered as he was, and one or two accusing, suspicious gazes. It was silent, cold, but Toshinori would never label those moments as still. The classroom itself was never still. The people in that room were settled in their seats, and there were small movements the students made, yes. Flipping through books, writing things down, heads tilting up and down as their attention switched between him and their own work. But something wasn't right. It was the feeling of someone watching him, a pair of eyes he couldn't see biting into his figure and making the baby hairs on the back of his neck stand straight up. A feeling like something was about to happen that made him set his jaw to keep from clenching his teeth. The room was a paradox. Empty, but full of noise, containing a story that wasn't within his grasp. A deafening silence. Bakugo watched him teach, his eyes lacking any sort of respect or praise kids his age normally had for him. Instead, he looked suspicious, wary, and the more classes he had inside the classroom instead of out in the training grounds, the more that behavior, that wary, uncertain gaze, seemed to spread to the rest. They started greeting and Izuku as they came into the classroom out of nowhere, cheerful and peppy, but there was never any response. They seemed confused, murmuring to each other and throwing glances about the room, asking one another, "Is he not here? And where is he?" Toshinori never understood what they were talking about. There was no Izuku on the roll call list he had, after all. He started a lecture about proper positioning when landing from a particularly high jump, going into how quirks could help your land tremendously. Half of the students were very clearly not listening. Bakugo wasn't even attempting to hide the fact that he was passing notes to Shinso, who was seated right behind him, looking almost upset. Todoroki was more focused on the slightly flickering lights. Uraraka kept sharing confused frowns with Jairu, and Kirishima was even fully whispering with Shiro, gesturing about the room and occasionally pointing at him. In fact, multiple students were pointing at him, and Toshinori couldn't help but feel secluded somehow. Something had changed, although he wasn't sure what. He called for free time so they could get their work done, and the students split off into their usual groups. Their worksheets laid untouched in front of them. They seemed much more enthralled with calling out to this Izuku, repeatedly getting no answer, and, oddly enough, growing genuinely concerned when Bakugo calling out was also unsuccessful. He gently chided them to focus. They listened with no small amount of reluctance, and Bakugo sent him a harsh, infuriated glare before following suit. The window panes rattled softly, and he watched them out of the corner of his eye. Toshinori mentioned quirklessness in that classroom once. He never did it again. It was a passing comment, neither derogatory nor praising, just a neutral statement of fact. Quirkless kids tended to have smaller builds. That's all that he said, and the room seemed to breathe. The window panes shivered in their frames, creaking with an unseen pressure. Vibrations shook the very foundation of the room itself, desks rattling and lights flickering as if it was on the cusp of a power outage. The class as a unit shivered from the almost unbearable cold that blasted through the room, an invisible A.C. that didn't have an off button. Unintelligible cries and shouts rebounded off the shaking walls, desperate, begging, and near tears. Toshinori was just about to order the students out when it stopped, the room returning to its paradoxical silence. Just like that, it had never happened, and the students were left shaken and afraid, clutching their desks and holding down anything they could grab to keep things stable. Uraraka looked on the edge of tears, and all of them looked pale or upset to some degree. Bakugo looked especially pale and a little green. His hands were shaking horribly, even with his white-knuckled grip on his desk, and a faraway look made his eyes seem glassy. Toshinori soothed the class as best as he could and called the principal. Nezu claimed he saw and felt nothing, but he would keep an eye out. He sent Bakugo out into the hall to catch his breath, asked anyone else if they would like to which Kirishima nodded and rushed out, and hesitantly finished off the lesson. He skipped the section on quirklessness. The class had free time afterwards. Bakugo didn't go back to class. Kirishima grabbed his and Bakugo's backpack for them and left, saying quick goodbyes to everyone else, along with Izuku. Toshinori could admit his faults. He could admit the name sounded familiar, but he didn't know why. All he could do was stew in his thoughts as he packed up, having the irresistible urge to glance over his shoulder every couple of seconds, expecting to see someone watching him. There was no one. The oppressing weight of silence leaned heavy on his back as he exited the classroom. Strangely, it felt almost like something pushed him out. Mei was never one to back down from a challenge. It didn't matter how tall of an order it was. If someone asked her to make something, then she would do her damnedest to get it done. At the very least, she would make sure they couldn't say she didn't try. When the blonde kid from the hero course asked her, none too politely, if it was possible to build something that interacted with the dead, she brushed him off as a little insane. It was an odd question, to be sure, and she figured he was just humoring the rumors that spread across the school. Besides, it had nothing to do with heroics and it wasn't a part of her set of babies. Mei politely told him she had no idea and she wasn't interested, and to her surprise he left it at that. But then a second kid from the hero course asked her, with red hair, sharp teeth, and a hopeful smile. Then a third. Then a fourth, until she was sure every student from Class 1A had visited her at least once. Then repeated visits from students who had asked her before, begging her to at least try. It was Ida Tenya who ended up convincing her, in the end. Ida and her had stayed in contact after their initial meeting, when he came to ask with a round-faced girl and pleading eyes. Granted, she hadn't exactly planned for them to get close, but she certainly wasn't complaining. After all, he was good company, someone who happily lended her an ear and gave her ideas she wouldn't have thought of otherwise. He was the last one to ask, reluctant and careful. He is a little kid, he would murmur to her, oddly subdued, staring at his hands settled in his lap. His name is Izuku, Mei, and he is stuck there. He tries talking to us all the time. Please, we just want to hear him. Well, she wouldn't let him say she didn't try. Mei did some digging, settling Ida and the blonde kid down to hound them with questions. She asked what they had been using up until this point to communicate and how well it was working, and when they told her, she asked for it. The blonde kid looked downright offended at the idea, and Ida explained the EMF reader wasn't either of theirs and they would ask for permission. They came back 2 days later with the object held in their palms like a forgotten treasure, and when she took it from them, she was gentle. With Ida hovering nervously about her shoulder, she got to work taking it apart to see how it ticked, unscrewing the back and picking at wires, testing the material to figure out what it was made of. The blonde was tense throughout the whole process, gripped tight on his forearms like he had to stop himself from taking it back. When she clicked it all back together and screwed in every bolt into place, she gave it back to him instead of Ida. His relief was palpable. May told him it would still work right as rain. She also told them both that she would be coming after class tomorrow to test it out herself. Ida beamed at her, cheerfully saying she would like how sweet Izuku was while bowing and thanking her over and over. She got a grumbled thanks from the blonde before they both left. She pushed the papers and scrap metal from her latest project away. There was something more important. She stayed at Uraraka as late as she could until Power Loader kicked her out. At home she researched late into the night of the people who came before her, the success and failures alike. She felt prepared the morning of. When she walked into the doors of Class 1, Ida loudly greeting and Izuku with many chopping motions as was his style, May instantly understood where the rumors and quiet gossip stemmed from. Indecipherable murmurs that talked over itself greeted them, tapping coming from Eraserhead's desk, the man himself looking unbothered. A lingering cold spread through the air and stemmed from a location she hadn't figured out quite yet. A chill unwillingly climbed up her spine, her mouth going dry, and goosebumps formed on her arms and legs. Not a single one of the regular inhabitants seemed alarmed by the voice, laughing and talking amongst themselves as they excitedly hoped that she would be successful. So she grit her teeth and bared the awful feeling, cheerfully greeting the kid as well and settling down in the group of students currently lounging on the floor. The desks had all been pushed against a wall, the only one still in its proper position being Eraserhead's, and the EMF reader was settled on the floor with them, turned on. "I may," she said to thin air, feeling a bit silly but refusing to show it. "I'm gonna need you to answer some questions. It'll be easy as pie." They waited a moment in silence. Ida paused the recording and played it back, a voice talking in the earlier silence, actually legible. "Hi, Nicetyu." Her heart squeezed at the young, kind voice that pushed its way through the static, and she had to swallow hard to clear her throat. Her brain, on autopilot, was already racing through the kinks and bugs. Glitchy, she thought to herself, unreliable. Small speaker doesn't help either. May asked the kid all kinds of questions about how the EMF operated for him and what was easier to do. The insight was helpful and his answers were much clearer than she was expecting, and she jotted down his more important responses on the notepad she brought with her. SIR Tfelkinji Pusinji Stuff Toohrd. His voice was exasperated, as if he had tried many times and had given up entirely. Not Inoujichdot? She asked what wasn't enough. Tio Wk Santid Tfeldidi? The hero students cooed sadly, doing their best to soothe the upset twinge to his tone, but instead May jot that down. So physical things were out of the question then. When the session was over and they turned off the EMF, they asked her, with reluctance, if she wanted the machine to tinker with. Creating an entirely new machine from scratch was a pain in the ass when there was one right there, but she couldn't bring herself to ask for it. Not when the girl with black hair and a big bust hovered over it protectively, nervous, or how the blonde's jaw clenched at the idea alone, or how the purple-haired kid shot her a defensive glare. May told them to keep it and she would figure something out. Even so, she left the classroom filled with hope and ideas. She took a detour to the cafeteria to get a cup of coffee, then hunkered down in her own classroom. May took a minute to get her breath back and process what she had been witness to, then got to work with no further delay, notes, references and scrap metal strewn about her workspace in her usual organized chaos. Power Loader took one look at her project and decided to stay later than normal that day and every day after that. It took her 3 weeks. 3 weeks to rebuild the EMF reader from scratch, as well as tweak the design for easier use on Izuku's part. A softer, more flexible metal, just in case, a bigger and better quality speaker to counterbalance as much glitching as she could, a better mic and larger range to pick up the voice with no sound to speak with, and antennas were placed at the top of it, following any kind of odd energy so they could not only hear the kid, but have a rough estimate of where he was at any given time. The Hero Corps students visited her regularly during the process, chatting with her as she worked and thanking her every visit or two. Mei was ecstatic to have so many people interested in her work for once and embraced the attention with open arms. Power Loader never complained about the distraction, and Mei happily explained her process to the first willing audience she'd had in a while. The Hero Corps students did seem genuinely interested, nodding along and asking her further questions. Ida continued to hang out with her as well, sometimes with others, sometimes by himself, sitting and talking with her as she bent metal and connected wires. When it was finally finished, Mei wiped the sweat from her brow and desperately hoped it worked. She knew how close the class was to the little kid, and she couldn't imagine how disappointed they would be if this failed. Hell, she would be disappointed too at this point. That evening, she walked into the classroom. "Hey Izu. Missed me?" Her book bag on her back and grinning wide. The Hero course as a whole stared back at her with hope. She took out the new EMF and set it down on the ground, clicking the button to turn it on. It automatically began recording. Mei told Izuku he was free to mess with it, warned him to be careful, and quietly explained what the new features were to the rest of the class. The antenna shifted abruptly to Mei's left during the explanation, then slowly wandered to the right. She felt a chill down her back. The class watched the antenna move as she explained with wide eyes, their gaze flickering about the room as if they would suddenly be able to see him. She warned the kid that she was turning off the EMF, and she did so, playing it back. Her own voice told Izuku to do what he wished. A voice replied, still fuzzy, but his sentences were no longer chopped up. "Oh, okay." She noticed the blonde's eyes water, his breath stuck in his chest as he stared at the new EMF with nostalgia-filled eyes. His body gravitated towards the little machine, protective, quiet. The Mei from a couple minutes ago started her explanation, and she heard a sigh of frustration as she talked. His voice was a murmur, and she was pleased to know the mic was able to pick his voice up. "Istilcntmovit." There was a brief silence, followed by the soft creak of the antenna as they shifted. His voice spoke again. "Is T his ... Which lever?" Mei was impressed he figured out the use so quickly, she had to explain it to everyone else. Earlier Mei finished her explanation, and he spoke one last time. "CCN the HRME. PLCRMDit, PLC, IDONTWNT to be by mice LFA New York did SS carry." Mei's tongue felt too thick to say anything, but before she could properly pull herself together, the lights flickered wildly. Cheerful, almost excited giggles and tapping of the windows echoed about the room. It felt warm. Quickly, she clicked record once again, hoping to catch any of Izuku's celebration. She recorded for the couple of seconds the lights fizzled and popped, then played it back, heart beating painfully in her chest. "YOUHR me. UHN, hello, YOUHR me. Hello. His rambles and giggles flooded the EMF, and Mei couldn't help but grin and laugh with him. His childlike excitement was contagious, not to mention the relief she felt herself. Mei turned to the Hero Corps students to gauge their reaction. Two girls were squealing to each other, the black-haired girl with a big bust and a girl with round cheeks and brown hair, laughing and looking a little teary-eyed. A rocker chick and a purple-haired guy with tired eyes grinned to each other with excitement. The blonde looked to be trying his hardest not to explode, the redhead sitting next to him laughing and cheering with a second blonde, a black-haired guy, and a pink, alien-looking girl. She risked a glance over at Eraserhead. He was smiling, but it was muted somehow. Sadder. Mei understood. The Hero Course thanked her profusely, bowing and grinning and laughing. Some were already asking questions to thin air and waiting on pins and needles as Izuku gave his silent reply. The lights began to flicker all over again in the excitement. Ida asked her if she would like compensation, smiling and chopping, and Mei reassured their reactions were compensation. Enough. The redhead cut in and told her if she ever needed anything to ask one of them, followed by a dozen whoops and hollers of agreement. May walked back to the support course classroom, her book bag significantly lighter. Her heart soared when she could still hear the hero course's laughter from down the hall. She would have to visit them again sometime. They were an interesting bunch, for sure. The new EMF reader had become a permanent staple to the class as a whole, even to Aizawa. The class wasn't surprised at all to find that the man had become just as fond of Izuku as the rest of them had. May truly was a blessing. A hurricane in human form and a chatterbox with no off switch, but a blessing nonetheless. The new EMF worked like a charm. Izuku was clearer than ever before, and during quiet time, with enough pleading looks and promises to behave, Aizawa would set the EMF reader on his desk, not recording, so they could see the antenna shift about the room like it was attached to an invisible string. Everyone's attention was split between their work and the EMF, and they had to suppress their excitement and nervousness when Izuku hovered close. Some days, if Aizawa was feeling especially soft, they would have free time to themselves during class. Days where they had proper hero training in the training grounds and days where they had free time to chat with Izuku were the students' favorite. They would all push their desks in a rough circle, put the EMF reader with the person doing the most talking, either Ida, Yamamo, or on the rare occasion Bakugo, and they would just sit around, relaxing and asking the little ghost any question they could think of while they casually worked on their homework. Izuku seemed just as appreciative. As soon as class free time would be announced, the lights would buzz and flicker briefly, a clear sign he was excited, and they would laugh and tease as they set up their desks. Ah, someone's excited for some company. They would ask Izuku minor things at first. Things like his favorite color and food. Those paying attention saw Bakugo mouth Katsudon along with Izuku with an exasperated eye roll, and they would teasingly ask who his favorite student was, everyone groaning and laughing in disbelief when Izuku called out, Keiaken. Kei-Sihan. As the antenna moved over to Bakugo, Kaminari and Kirishima jokingly asked for answers to questions they got stuck on, and looked absolutely thrilled when Izuku gave a correct answer, according to the class president. At least until Aizawa immediately banned asking Izuku for help on homework or tests. Shinso, during one of said moments, asked the kid if he knew their names or not, which prompted the entire class to do a roll call of sorts, and Izuku called out Shiro, Kirishima, Kaminari, Mina, and Katsuki with childish pride in his voice. The Baku squad squealed and laughed with one another while the others pouted good-naturedly. Bakugo grinned into his palm. Their questions would turn serious on occasion. Things like if he remembered his living life, if he was happy where he was. Mina was brave enough to ask if Izuku knew All Might or if something had happened, to the slight disapproval of the rest of the class. But Izuku answered honestly, if not vaguely. Oui ami ansi. Biad memories maki inisidi, but I didn't know tea like him. He wouldn't say anything else on the matter. The class didn't push. Ida, with a curious smile, asked if Izuku had a favorite teacher yet. When they played back the recording, they all turned to their teacher with swelling hearts. Aizawa. Ts Ry and Isu, H's Ti's with me when Nobods hiri. The new EMF reader was a staple in their classroom. With that being said, there were more than a few close calls with the fragile machine. Kaminari, after nearly dropping the thing onto the floor and overcharging it twice, was strictly banned by both Bakugo and Yaoyorozu from ever handling it again. Sadu almost crushed it by accident, and Mina almost tripped over it during one of the after-school chats. Each time the perpetrator would get scolded about being careful, and each time their hearts leaped into their throats when they thought the EMF had been broken. Relief was palpable in the classroom when it was discovered that the machine was safe. Something had to happen eventually, what with so many kids and so many quirks that came into contact with it on a daily basis. It was an after-school test of sorts. Shinso and Kaminari were the ones to propose the idea of seeing exactly where Izuku could wander and how far his access to the school could stretch, and when Izuku admitted he had never tried to leave the classroom before out of nerves, he was convinced into trying it out. With a supervising Aizawa working on papers at his desk, the students slowly left the classroom with the EMF, starting from outside of the doorway. With the device clutched in his hand, Bakugo checked in, and when a fuzzy still atri would come through the recording in response, the large group would push farther out into the building. They stretched out into the hallway, down the hall and down the steps, and only then did they get no response from Izuku. They walked back up the stairs and checked in. Izuku greeted them sheepishly, explaining how it was a tujinji feeling in my tiami, I walk. So they pressed onwards, avoiding the floor below. Much to Izuku's joy, they discovered that he had free reign of the entire floor. As long as he didn't go down a floor, later they learned up wasn't possible either, then he was free to wander. They began their long trek back across the building, letting Izuku ramble in excitement to them via the EMF, stopping him to pause and listen every once in a while. Ida and Yaoyorozu took it upon themselves to point out certain rooms Izuku might find interesting or would enjoy. The staff room happened to be on their floor. Kirishima and Kaminari not so subtly asked Izuku to share anything he heard in there, as well as the school library. The trip back was peaceful, uneventful. When they arrived at one, however, a figure blocked their path inside. It was Monoma. A smug grin painted on his features and his standard pompous air radiated around him. The second he caught sight of the EMF, his usual taunts were silenced for a little more personal ones. So self-indulgent, he mocked, pointing to the little machine in Bakugo's careful hands. Class 1A basking in the fact that their own classroom is a curse. Just another reason Class 1B is so much better, at least we aren't haunted. The large group as a whole bristled angrily, staring death glares at the smug blonde as he walked past. They began to walk as well, sneers and scowls on their faces as they grumbled to themselves. Just as they crossed, Monoma managed to catch his fellow blonde off guard and rip the EMF out of Bakugo's grip, and he backed away quickly as alarmed shouts and panicked expressions spurred him on. He held it close to his face, making a show of inspecting it and ignoring Kirishima desperately holding a furious Bakugo back. A toy, Monoma dismissed with a scoff, and chucked the thing behind him. It cracked against the ground, the noise echoing around the suddenly very quiet hallway, and the antenna snapped apart from the mechanism, the soft whirring of the machine fizzling away and dying as something inside of it was dislodged. There was a moment of total stillness. Calm before the storm, and the storm was Bakugo. An enraged roar bounced off of the walls. One blast to a distracted Kirishima's side was enough to dislodge the redhead, and Bakugo ran over to Monoma with pounding footsteps, full-on mini explosions popping and crackling in his palms. Monoma turned as white as a sheet, then he turned tail and ran as fast as he was able. The class watched him go, glancing at each other in a silent question as they disappeared around the corner. Should we stop him? The hero course didn't move for a moment, most of them figuring no, they shouldn't, but then Ida volunteered to chase after the two, whose footsteps had now been traded with the smell of gunpowder and Monoma's pain-filled shouts, and sped off. Yaoyorozu looked teary-eyed as she scooped up the broken EMF and antenna. She handed the pieces to Uraraka, telling her and Kirishima to go to Mei and see if she was still on campus while she explained what had happened to Aizawa, who was already sliding the door open to glare at them, looking ready to give the lecture of a lifetime. They hurried to the support course classroom, practically bursting through the doors, and when they spotted a cheerful Mei settled at her usual workstation they began shouting all at once, a flurry of noise and mixed words in their rush to explain quickly. Mei shushed them and demanded they explain properly, and when they did, she took the broken pieces and immediately got to work, unscrewing the back cover and taking off the piece that held the antenna in place to scrape out the broken bits of metal still in the cavity. She worked with the wires, clicking and snapping things back into place, experimentally attempting to turn the device on and off. When it began to whir once again, she clicked it off and walked over to a cabinet, pulling out another set of antenna with a wink in Uraraka and Kirishima's direction. I made backups just in case. Mei attached them in their proper place. She handed it back over, softly whirring, and kindly shooed them out, still reassuring them if they needed anything fixed to not hesitate to ask. They headed back to class, solemn, quietly talking to one another about what had transpired and just waiting for the antenna to reveal Izuku's presence. Unsurprisingly, the second they stepped back onto the floor of their classroom was when the antenna bobbed and weaved in front of them, anxious and full of buzzing energy. Uraraka had it record, told Izuku it was recording and waited. TTWAS so SRE. CN yo you hear me, W hi cient yo you hear me, whydddt, whowastjt, whiris katen? Izuku rushed out, desperate and pleading. Uraraka reassured him they would explain a little later when everything was calm, and if he wanted to follow them back to the classroom then she would try and figure things out. The antenna stayed pointed next to Uraraka as the group walked back to the classroom and inside, where Yaoyorozu, Shiro, and Ida were talking in quiet voices next to Aizawa's desk. Uraraka approached, asking what was going on. Bakugo's been suspended for the next 3 days, Ida explained, adjusting his glasses, Shiro muttering disagreements on the punishment next to him. Monoma is currently in recovery girl's care, he will be fine and fixed a little later today. Quick, nervous taps resonated from Bakugo's desk. Uraraka gently set the EMF on the desk and recorded. Kachan? Kachan? The static grew with Izuku's increasing alarm. Ida gently explained it again, trying to stress that Bakugo wouldn't be gone forever, but the tapping abruptly stopped and a silence fell on the room, a crushing weight to the atmosphere as the cold from the corner began to slowly creep its way through. Yaoyorozu sighed and turned off the EMF, saying Izuku just needed time. She tucked the machine away in the back of the class and began to walk to the doors. There was a flicker. The lights flashed for just a second, and in between the moments that they remained unstable and buzzing, the students could have sworn on their lives a form was settled on Bakugo's desk, curled in on itself with hunched shoulders and curly, messy hair. Transparent. Ghostly. Their stomachs dropped. No one dared to move. They hardly breathed as they stared wide-eyed at Bakugo's empty-looking desk, frozen, chills licking up their spines as goosebumps crawled up their arms and legs. The hairs at the back of their necks stood up, body tense. Waiting. Nothing happened. No matter how long they waited, the figure, Izuku, didn't appear again. They looked at each other cautiously, and slowly, they began to exit the classroom, glancing behind them with every other step. Uraraka still wished him goodbye. Ida and Yaoyorozu were silent. Even with Aizawa's explanation the next morning, Izuku still wasn't hearing it. Word spread very quickly about what happened, and they asked again and again if Izuku could do it for them too, but they got no real response. He seemed to be focused on Bakugo's absence more than anything else. There was nothing on the no voice, and the antenna were still, which made the students think that Izuku was searching the floor for the blonde. When he was in the classroom, soft, slow taps resonated from Bakugo's chair and desk, pleading and sorrowful, Bakugo's nickname drifting through the EMF in a tone of a child calling for their older brother and filled to the brim with static. The students tried to pay attention to their work the best they could, but the room felt permanently frozen over, and for the first time in a long time Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Tokoyami, and Mineta had to be shifted to the front of the room to ensure they wouldn't be jumpy and irritable. Even so, Aizawa refused to relent the punishment and held his ground, telling his students that if they minded the cold so much they were more than welcome to bring jackets and coats to class for the duration of Bakugo's suspension. The Hero Corps students were seen for the next 3 days bundled up nice and warm, even though it wasn't nearly cold enough for such attire. Those 3 days felt as though they stretched on for weeks. The morning Bakugo's suspension ended, the students shuffled in, all fear momentarily forgotten as they cheerfully greeted Izuku and jumped at the chance to lift his morale, attempting to convince him that Bakugo would be arriving any minute. Bakugo is on his way, they said with sympathetic smiles. He's almost here. There was no response on the EMF, antennas pointing in the default position, and the students wondered if Izuku was even there. When the door abruptly slid open and the antenna swiveled to face the figure in the doorway, they supposed they had an answer. Ida began recording as Bakugo casually sauntered over to his desk, the antenna following him as he did. Kach and isbiak. Hes hurry. The temperature slowly rose, and the students began to remove their many layers of clothing, sighing in relief. Aizawa walked in shortly after, and pinned Bakugo with an annoyed glare. Don't pull that again. It was freezing in here for days. The new EMF didn't leave the classroom after the incident. They asked Tokoyami if he would lend his whenever they went exploring with Izuku instead, not daring to risk breaking the machine again. Izuku didn't reveal himself either, and the class began to settle back into their normal routine. If Monoma avoided Class 1A after that, well, it was probably for the best. He appeared, hovering and silent and painfully shy, in the corner of the staff room one day out of nowhere. At least, for no reason that Nezu was aware of, although he had no doubt he was missing quite a few pieces of this puzzle. Nezu wasn't as unfamiliar with this phenomenon as people might think. There had been many times he walked into a home of a student or a meeting room, unsuspecting, only for there to be wisps floating about the walls, glimpses of faces long past with twisted scars and disfigured limbs. They floated and wandered, stuck in a loop of cries and isolation, trapped in their own heads. Nezu caught on quickly that he was the only one that could see them, and so he kept the little snippets of the past to himself. Usually they kept to themselves anyway. The most they would do, or could do, was wander to the ceiling to flicker a light, or put a hand through the glass to make static in the television screen. Harmless, easily excusable. This one, however, was stronger. He floated near the ceiling, tucked away in the corner like he was afraid of getting in the way regardless of the fact that no one could see him. An observer, always listening, always watching. Younger than his students and bone white, Nezu could barely make out the blood-smeared face in the transparent mist that was his form. Some days he was more opaque, but he was never easily visible, with a twisted leg and arms that seemed to have taken some serious damage, perhaps in a fall, and eyes that tracked every breath in the staff room, wide and lifeless but contradictingly alert. Nezu knew he was different. The way he watched the teachers as they conversed was too sharp to be normal, too conscious and aware of his surroundings. His attachment to Aizawa seemed especially strange. As far as Nezu was aware, the man was just as ignorant to the little ghost as the rest of them were. But he didn't interfere or cause any type of fuss, so Nezu was perfectly content to let the child do as he pleased. He seemed to get some enjoyment over the banter, and seeing a smile pass over his scarred face was enough to ease some of the ache the sight of a dead child caused him. On a rare occasion, he would hover close to the table as Nezu spoke, wrangling his broken leg into some form of a crisscross position in the air with his hands folded patiently in his lap. He tried his best to make his staring subtle, gaze pausing just above Aizawa's shoulder, occasionally Hisashi's, but that was even rarer. The kid wouldn't go near anyone else. Not even Nezu. Aizawa caught him staring multiple times. He never asked, just smirked to himself with half amusement and half exasperation, and Nezu knew the man was more aware than he had originally thought. Hisashi would look at him, confused for just a moment before he sneaked a glance at Aizawa, and understanding would pass over his face. The rest of the teachers were only confused, looking at the two men with furrowed brows and questioning eyes as the principal would stare at them while he spoke. He visited Class 1A, out of pure curiosity. The effect that small child had over a classroom, and its occupants, was astounding. The students seemed aware of the child just like Aizawa, but they curbed their interaction when they realized he was there, most likely thinking he would be upset somehow. They bit their tongues and made their greetings more subtle, more subdued, and Nezu had to admit if he couldn't see the kid their ruse might have worked. But he could, and the little ghost was thrilled at every greeting he received. He no longer hovered uneasily in the corner, barely fumes. He was more opaque now that he was comfortable, floating about the students' heads and his form flickering like candlelight in his excitement. His small body buzzed, grew fuzzy at the edges, and the window panes actually rattled in their frames. Aizawa threw a casual remark at the boy, subtle enough to seemingly be directed to the chattering students. "Settle down, class is starting," and the kid giggled but obeyed without a fuss. His arms and right leg looked, well, better at least when he was here, but now he noticed a bone sticking out from the kid's elbow and shin on his right leg. His wrist looked pretty mangled too, crunched under force and pressure. Nezu could see freckles pepper the boy's cheeks, blood just under his nose and the corners of his mouth, and his hair curled at the ends. He couldn't have been older than 13 with such a small form. Every breath he took rattled, most likely blood built up in his lungs. Nezu assured he was only there for observation of the classroom and that they could go about their day like normal, and so Aizawa began the lecture. Nezu watched in his chair next to Aizawa's desk, giving away nothing. The boy would float, grin mischievous and childlike as he brushed the back of necks to make the students shiver, gently batting hair and tapping desks to get some form of attention. He never lingered on one student long enough to be a cause of serious distraction, fluttering around in a blur of smoke, and the students took the teasing with grace. Any silence was met with an uncomfortable frown, and his mouth would blur into an empty crater, distorted murmurs echoing off the walls. That or he would tap any surface he could reach. He would pull back every once in a while for a breather in the furthermost corner from the door, making the 4 students in the back shiver and rub their hands for warmth. At first he seemed to dismiss Nezu's attention as coincidence, but the little ghost caught onto his consistent, watchful gaze quickly, and he seemed to be wary instead of excited like Nezu expected him to be. He hovered next to an unknowing blonde Bakugo Katsuki, Nezu quickly recalled, hand hovering over Bakugo's bicep as if he could alert the blonde to his discomfort, even though his student remained blissfully unaware, face peaceful but focused. It was a stark contrast compared to the little ghost's concern. The kid's unease grew the longer he was stared at, injuries becoming worse and worse, arms and leg twisting and cracking as broken bones strained. Blood began to leak from his nose and mouth, his face twisted into a look of fear and something between pain and upset. His body curled closer to the unknowing blonde, desperate for a shield or any source of comfort. He blurred, window panes rattling softly and lights flickering without the kid needing to touch anything. Nezu turned his gaze elsewhere, the sight making him sick. Aizawa's gaze danced around curiously, obviously wondering about the sudden ruckus in his classroom. He turned to Nezu briefly, silently asking, but Nezu said nothing. No matter how stoic Aizawa pretended to be, Nezu knew this would absolutely break the man. The lecture was over quickly after that, and Aizawa assigned homework and called for free time. The students' gazes traveled to the back of the classroom, and with an approving nod from Aizawa, they grabbed a device carefully tucked away and settled it on Aizawa's desk, closer to where Nezu was seated. They flicked a switch to turn it on, and the antenna pointed right at the little boy, although to everyone else Nezu knew it seemed to point at Bakugo. The blonde wasn't alarmed in the slightest. It almost seemed smug as his friend group formed around his desk, talking amongst themselves and whispering about an Izuku. At least Nezu finally had a name. Izuku's unease slowly faded as the students reluctantly asked if he was all right, shooting Nezu concerned looks like they were afraid he would demand they stop. Izuku's appearance began to heal, however slightly, the more he was talked to. He responded with murmurs as he tapped Bakugo's desk, mouth blurring, eyes wide. The class relaxed and chatter began again. The kid hovered around the different friend groups, apparently having decided to ignore Nezu for the time being in favor of listening in to the different streams of conversation. Some pulled him into their chatter, asking questions and opinions. Izuku could only respond with nonsense, and the students all debated whether or not to record with the machine on Aizawa's desk. He's been following the antenna. I think he knows already, one whispered, but they ultimately decided against it. Nezu commented on none of this. He didn't feel the need to. If Aizawa felt as though Izuku's presence was harmful, this would have been brought to his attention much sooner, as unbelievable as it may have sounded, and their casual, safe communication was proof enough that Aizawa felt that the little ghost was only a distracting prankster at worst. Nezu trusted his judgment. Besides, he didn't think he would have the heart to kick a little kid out. Nezu wasn't entirely sure how he'd manage to remove a ghost anyway, and he wasn't interested in learning. 10 minutes until class was over and Nezu couldn't take it anymore. He excused himself. Izuku's wide, lifeless eyes watched him go, and part of Nezu wondered if he would follow him out of the classroom, but he made it into the hallway without the kid. When school was out, he pulled Aizawa aside and asked the man about the little one. Aizawa hummed. Harmless, he said. Apparently Toshinori had an incident a week or so ago with him, but no one was injured. The students have grown very attached to him. He is surprisingly peaceful. Nezu left it at that, telling the man outright that he trusted his judgment. Aizawa thanked him, then bluntly asked, with no small amount of accusation in his eyes, if the disturbance was Nezu's doing. Not purposely, was his response. He must be shy. Certainly didn't appreciate me watching him. Aizawa asked what Izuku looked like. Nezu dodged the question, and Aizawa didn't press, a mixture of curiosity and wariness warring on his face. Aizawa described the goings-on within his classroom for the past month or so after Nezu prompted him. He described the habits Izuku possessed, how they found out about Izuku to begin with, as well as the adjustments his class and himself had to implement to keep things running smoothly, reassuring Nezu that the adjustments were minor. He briefed the incident with All Might, suggested that he ask All Might himself what happened if he wanted specifics, then left the staff room without further delay. Nezu waited, patient. Izuku showed within minutes, cautious and unsure, and he was back to nothing but wisps and smoke and broken limbs. Nezu took a moment to gather his thoughts. "I didn't mean to scare you," Nezu said, and if Aizawa had walked back in it would have seemed as if he was talking to himself. "As long as you behave yourself, you're more than welcome here, just like the students." Either a breath of relief or a soft gust of wind, Nezu wasn't entirely sure, but Izuku was more opaque and closer to the tables, comfortable enough in Nezu's company to hover and look at every crack and seam of the walls and floors. It wasn't much, this slight comfort for the little boy, but Nezu supposed it was good enough. He made sure to say hello to Izuku whenever he saw him in the halls from then on, no matter who was with him or how insane it made him look. Izuku beamed brighter every time, finally excited that someone could see him, and he took advantage of the situation freely. Nezu would drop into the classroom, with the premise of just checking up on things, and would greet Izuku. Instead of becoming afraid, Izuku would wave in a cheerful manner, giggling and pointing frantically with a mangled limb at his temporary prank victim, to which Nezu would wink at him in a secret wish of good luck. Staff meetings became slightly more lively as well, and Nezu couldn't deny enjoying some of Izuku's harmless fun. The boy would flicker the lights, making no noise, and as the staff viewed it cried out in surprise, Nezu pretended nothing was happening, even outright denying that the lights were flickering at all. Aizawa joined in shortly after, somehow keeping a perfect deadpan as he insisted nothing was wrong. Izuku watched this all transpire, floating just below the ceiling, laughing and murmuring. Nezu didn't mean to make a friend out of the little ghost, but he couldn't say it was a bad thing. Izuku kept him company when he wasn't with Aizawa, and the muttering, nonsensical voice was soothing white noise when he was drowning in paperwork. He only hoped his presence was equally comforting to Izuku. After all, the kid deserved it. Izuku hovered, beaming, next to his best friend, eyes scanning over the worksheet Kacchan was diligently working through. The benefit of being in the classroom during lessons was him actually being able to understand the material, and if Kacchan got stuck on a question, a rare occurrence, he would write notes on his paper asking for Izuku's opinion. He would ask a question or write down a thought at the top, then write yes and no on opposite sides of the paper for Izuku to tap on. It was surprisingly efficient, and Kacchan's neighbors picked up on the method and copied it. If Aizawa noticed, he never commented on it despite his rule. Izuku didn't mind floating around the classroom, searching for anyone who needed help. It gave him something to do, and on days where the memory of his death made his body pulse with phantom pain and his throat fill with blood, it served as an excellent distraction as well as an anchor. It was hard sometimes, staying in the present, but all of the amazing friends he'd found made things easier. They were a comfort, a kind hand stretched out where none had been before, and Izuku took it and held on with a vice-like grip. Even if it was a little late. He murmured in the quiet about anything he could think of, feeling the need to paint over the yawning abyss of silence that stretched indefinitely through the classroom. It pulled him backwards, that emptiness, to nothing but a hollow sadness in his chest and dizziness and a silence so loud it made his ears ring. Talking helped, even if he learned quite a while ago that no one could understand. "I want a notebook, I used to write all the time, you know," he said to an oblivious Shinso, the teen scribbling down any words in Izuku's warped speech that he was able to decipher. "I can't now, of course. I wish I could. You have such a cool quirk. All of you do. I'm glad you're my friend. I'm gonna check on Kiri, good luck." He floated over, talking to him too. Kirishima grinned as goosebumps pricked up his arms, writing down a quick hello before going back to his homework. "I wish you would say hi out loud, it's so quiet in here." Izuku tapped Kirishima's desk absently. The loud noise was soothing. "I could never focus without talking too, maybe that hasn't changed. Do you know why I'm here? I'm not supposed to be. I want Katsudon." "Had it?" It's good, Kiri, you should try it sometime. Aizawa's voice cut through the never-ending silence, and Izuku stopped, politely listening as Aizawa told everyone to pack up. Someone sighed in relief, and chatter, blessed noise, swelled through the air and chained him to the present. Izuku's whole body buzzed, tingling, and the windows rattled softly with relief. The worst days, in Izuku's opinion, were weekends and classes with All Might. Weekends were empty hallways. It was days where there was no distraction. Days where nothing chained him down and he floated higher and higher until his ears rang and he couldn't breathe and the wind roared all around him. It was dark shadows that hid in corners. The whole building echoed to him, expansive and huge, and he felt so small, so insignificant, a quirkless, weightless kid in a school he could only pretend to be a part of. All Might, however, was the opposite. He was too much, too bright and shining, and Izuku felt shame. Shame at having given up, that he had left such a man with so much potential grief and guilt if he ever figured out what happened when All Might was only being realistic, only wanted him safe. So Izuku suppressed every habit he had, smothered every noise he made and every response he could give to hide his presence as much as he possibly could. His friends called out to him, worried and concerned, and as much as Izuku felt guilty for ignoring them, the fear of All Might figuring out what Izuku had done was infinitely stronger. He couldn't push All Might out of there fast enough. The rest of the class didn't bother hiding their fondness of him, and the more they used his name in front of his idol, the more gut-wrenching fear he felt at the thought that the man would remember, a heart he no longer had squeezing in his chest. Not to mention the man's talking about quirklessness. Izuku couldn't handle it, no matter how hard he tried to rein himself in. Even just a passing comment coupled with the man's presence was enough to send him spiraling, anger and sadness too much to bear, form dissolving as he kicked and thrashed through painful memories, relived his dreams shattered as quickly as his tears fell and broke against the harsh concrete beneath his feet. When he gained control of himself, his friends were pale, shaken, afraid of him. Izuku secluded himself to his cold corner, body numb, mangled hands over his ears as he sobbed with a voice no one could hear, the others too busy trying to figure out what had happened to call out to him again. Izuku didn't talk for the rest of the school day. He drowned in self-hatred and old habits, degrading himself, cursing his behaviors, cursing the life he somehow still had before turning around and cursing the very idea of hatred itself before looping back into cursing himself for hating to begin with. He spiraled. Not even Kaken could ground him while he used his bad habits as his comfort blanket, stuffed with barbed wire instead of cotton. That was before he realized he wasn't confined to the classroom, however. Nowadays, when All Might threw open the door in his booming voice, Izuku fled. He left to find Aizawa or Nezu, not wanting to risk losing himself again. He never wanted his friends to be afraid because of him and his behaviors. Never. Thankfully, the little machine, they called it an EMF, worked wonders for communicating, no matter how glitchy it was. The class would sit in a loose circle and Izuku would hover close to whoever had the EMF at the time, sometimes resting his cheeks in his palms as he listened in on the banter and chatter in between questions. "Do you like present mic?" was eventually decided upon. Izuku patiently waited for them to record, and he spoke in the ensuing silence. It felt different this time, this silence. Light, expectant, crafted with his voice in mind instead of purposely excluding it. He cheered, floating just above a blue-haired teen's shoulder. His glasses were shiny. "He's really funny, he looks kind of like a bird with his hair like that, and that's funny too." They warned him they were pausing it, did so, and played it back. It was strange hearing his voice so glitchy and corroded with static, but he wasn't complaining. As long as they could hear him. The students laughed and wheezed at his statement, and Izuku laughed with them, basking in the warmth and sense of belonging sessions like this always brought. More chatter flooded his ears, and if Izuku had a chair to melt into, he would have as the peaceful noise washed over him. Finally, Izuku could talk freely with his new friends, and he could explain himself, say what was upsetting him and the cause of it if he ever needed to. He was ecstatic, eternally grateful. Granted, he would never burden them with his nitpicks, but the thought in itself was comforting. He could speak up if he couldn't take it anymore, and that was more than what he'd had before. The best days were just after school, when Kaken had the time to sit on the floor next to his corner, Aizawa packing up a couple feet away, and just talk to him about anything and everything. At first, it had been about Kirishima slowly warming up to him, something Izuku had been noticing as well and was very excited about. Kaken was making a new friend. And when the blonde confided, he was confused as to why it broke Izuku's heart. He said the same thing about Ishido, and Shiro, and Kaminari. Izuku did everything he could to encourage his friend, and he saw as days went by Kaken opened up to them more and more. In his own way, of course. More casual slaps upside their heads, more banter than actual arguing or yelling, helping them with homework and studying. Izuku floated around them all and giggled, happy and warm. He teased them more because of it, admittedly, but in Izuku's defense it just felt natural, going from batting at Kaken's spikes and getting maybe an eye roll, to poking at Kaminari or Kirishima's skin, getting them to shiver and playfully glare around the room suspiciously. It was just too fun, and they had such different reactions. Could you blame him? Also a first was Aizawa. Class 1 as teacher. At first Izuku was admittedly wary of the man's sour demeanor, but the first time he pulled out a sleeping bag from nowhere and took a nap right on the floor, Izuku simply figured the man was just tired. So Izuku reached out, and Aizawa listened. Not obviously, but in small ways. Staying after class with him, thinking out loud for Izuku to bounce conversation off of, gently chiding him when he got out of hand. The moment he was labeled quirkless was the moment his teachers dismissed him despite his intelligence. Aizawa's behavior was a breath of fresh air, just like the students. Izuku couldn't help but bask in the attention he received from both parties. Admittedly, Izuku enjoyed playing the occasional prank on some students, not enough to distract them from their studies for too long. School was important after all, but just enough to where he got a reaction. Shifting eyes, raised brows, soft giggles. Harmless but rewarding. Todoroki was especially fun. He was so straight-faced, and when he actually managed to get the team to look around the room in bewilderment, it classified as a huge win in Izuku's book. He never got upset, thankfully, just went back to his work with a fond shake of his head as the 12-year-old practically cackled. Shinso was also a common victim of pranks for similar reasons, and it was a full-on mini-celebration if he managed to get both of them to react in one day. A frustration Izuku regularly experienced was his inability to properly move things, and not just because it hindered his pranking possibilities. Upon witnessing a quirk in action from a student, instinct made him impulsively reach for a notebook and a pencil. The action was always pointless. He phased through everything most of the time since his form was so weak. All he could do without difficulty was touch, tapping a desk, tapping the window panes, feeling the ground or sitting on the tops of desks or in chairs wasn't difficult, and deciding when he wanted to phase through something wasn't hard either. Only in times of intense discomfort or distress could he actually move things. Every time a student left their belongings near his lonely, cold corner, his whole body buzzed with the need to move it. The books and papers felt suffocating being so close, and with no distractions available after school, it only left him with the negative memories of Kacchan and water and too many burns hidden behind stacked books and long sleeves. Unkind words that planted an idea in his head he couldn't shake off. Izuku could touch the books then, to move them even one desk over. But as soon as the source of his stress was dealt with, he went back to transparency, to being nothing but wisps. He wasn't sure anyone in the class had noticed before, but after the incident with All Might, Izuku had found scratch marks inside of the window frames, caused by his flailing. Izuku wasn't quite sure that such high discomfort was a fair price to pay to be able to properly interact with the world around him, but it was the only way at the moment. It was similar to his hunt for Kacchan during his 3-day disappearance. Out of sheer panic, his one source of familiarity and comfort having vanished, Izuku was able to open doors properly to see inside classrooms, old habits of a solid body clashing with his life now. Any other time picking anything up was impossible. Things barely shifted at best. But it was okay. He didn't need to move the EMF to use it, and as long as he had someone to reach out to, it didn't really matter. He usually had someone to talk to during the school day and a little while after classes ended, and the rest of the time, well, it wasn't too bad. Nothing he couldn't handle. He would stay strong this time. He could do it. It was much better now than it had been before, when he was still confused and begging for an explanation from people who couldn't see him and getting more and more frustrated until he realized his situation, not to mention the devastation that happened shortly thereafter. Now, with people to talk to? Friends and adults and teachers who looked after him? Piece of cake. That is, until he was faced with the EMF carelessly thrown over a shoulder. His whole world. Shattered twice now. He couldn't move, couldn't mentally catch up with what was happening as Kaken roared and no one stopped him. As Aizawa stepped out and other students raced to the pink-haired girl to get the EMF, his anchor, his voice, repaired. He could only float there, gaping at the spot the blonde kid had chucked the little machine. It had never once occurred to him that someone could do that. That someone would want to do that. Only when he heard Uraraka's footsteps echo as she ascended up to his floor did he manage to shake himself off, quickly racing to meet her and following her and Kirishima back to the room. 3-day suspension, Ida said. Kaken. Gone. It was the longest 3 days of his life. His whole world tilted on its axis. His main stability having been ripped from him caused more relapses. He couldn't feel his arms, he could taste copper, he couldn't breathe. Izuku took in as deep a breath as his deformed lungs allowed and tried to fix it. As best as he could. He searched the halls for as long as he could, and settled himself at Kaken's desk when he couldn't. He tried to push through the tugging feeling in his stomach to go down to a lower or higher floor, fighting through the pain of it until he was sure his organs would be ripped out of him, but it was useless. Even so, the distraction, the feeling of him doing something, helped. He was wandering the halls when he saw Kaken, day 3, making his way to the hero course classroom. Izuku could have cried. Even just having the blonde nearby felt so much better. He could breathe again, a weight lifting off his shoulders. He rushed over, hovering, making the window panes nearby rattle and the unfamiliar eyes in the hallway stared holes into Bakugo's back, but the blonde didn't acknowledge the other students, just gave a sharp grin to the frightened faces that stared back at him. Izuku felt too thankful to rein himself in, buzzing and happy and relieved. The EMF stayed at the back of the classroom, and Izuku didn't see the unfamiliar blonde out in the hallway again. He would admit he was relieved about that too. Izuku didn't want to see him, if he was honest. Izuku knew the class wouldn't let the student do that again. They cared for him lots, just as he cared for them, and he knew they were almost as upset as he was about the whole thing. Hearing their perspective later was heartwarming, with how worried they were for him. Izuku wished he could hug every last one of them. His friends. They did so much for him, and Izuku was slowly beginning to realize that this had been his goal all along, not the building. He, to Izuku, had been the visible goal, something tangible and insight that he could reach out to. But this, having friends, talking to others and having Kaken at his back again, it was all Izuku had ever wanted. It was the people in the building, Izuku slowly realized as time went on, that he had pushed himself for. Yes, it was being a hero. But it was never about himself. It was about recognition, it was about being able to hold his head up high and have someone encourage him, push him forward. He had that with this class. He had it with Kaken. If nothing else, he would try his best to keep them safe. He couldn't die twice, after all, and even if he couldn't move things, he could touch them, and Izuku could work with that somehow. Maybe even improve upon it. Besides, Izuku wasn't sure what he'd do if he lost them. They were all his anchor by now, even Aizawa, and the thought of losing any of them made the lights flicker as if on the cusp of a power outage. He would keep them safe. The thought alone felt freeing, somehow, the pressure in his gut finally releasing and letting him breathe easy for the first time in a long while. The walls didn't feel as suffocating anymore, less entrapping. Izuku felt like he could phase through the roof and touch the sky. He could still save people, even if it wasn't exactly how he planned it. Only later, following the class down to the cafeteria expecting a pull in his stomach to stop him, did he realize nothing happened. Pushing it farther, he tentatively phased through the wall. Farther and farther, and farther out he went from the school, heart squeezing with hope and fear, just waiting for him to be dragged back to the school kicking and screaming. He just kept going. Nearly a mile away, Izuku sobbed with relief. Kendo was just being friendly when she had suggested a classmate bring the hero course an apology gift for Monoma being an asshole. Reiko Yamagi understood this, and even agreed with the sentiment. She just didn't understand why it had to be her bringing the gift. People told her she wasn't the best at socializing, Kendo being one of those people herself, so she didn't get why she was sent instead. Besides, wasn't it the class president's job to do things like this? She brushed off the thought as she gently rapped her knuckles against the Class 1A door, the prettily wrapped box of homemade cookies tucked in her other palm. There was no use ruminating on it now, and she was sure once they realized she was here to apologize and nothing more the sentiment would be appreciated. The door slid open. Ida Tenya standing straight and on guard was the sight that greeted her. He did his best to be polite in asking her what she needed, but Yamagi could feel the upset and anger he was trying hard to mask. She held out the cookies. Monoma has made a grievous error, she stated. Class 1B as a unit decided to apologize for his brash and crude behavior. Ida's posture instantly relaxed as he grabbed the cookies, thanking her for the gesture. He invited her inside the classroom. Class didn't officially start for another 15 minutes or so, and she accepted to be polite. Maybe she could spread the sentiment to the rest of the students herself. With how upset they had been, it was probably needed. Not everyone was here was her first thought. There were roughly 20 students in Class 1A, but she counted heads and there were only maybe 10 present. Late sleepers, she supposed. The next thought she had was that it was cold in the classroom, colder than she expected, considering no one else was acting like there was a drastic temperature drop from crossing the threshold. A chill climbed up her back, but she rolled her shoulders and the feeling was gone. Ida introduced her to the students that were present, and Yamagi bowed politely, repeating her statement to the rest of them. Some laughed it off, some nodded in thanks, and a few gave her sarcastic quips, unimpressed. She took all of it with grace. Ida set the cookies on one of the desks in the front row and opened the box, stating that she had given it to them as part of her apology. Even the snarky ones warmed up to that, standing up to grab a homemade goodie and nibble on it while they could. A redhead grabbed a cookie and rushed back to his seat, looking like he had been in the middle of last-minute homework copying. His stride was a little too unstable in his rush, and he bumped into a desk, the cookie dropping from his hand and making its descent to the floor. He shouted in surprise and disappointment, but Yamagi activated her quirk's poltergeist to save the treat. Something bucked against her quirk, and she tensed to combat it and maintain her hold. The cookie stopped obediently in the air, quicker than normal, despite the unusual resistance. It floated up and back into the redhead's hands smoothly. Yamagi glanced at his face, and she got what she expected. A relieved and thankful grin was sent her way as he rushed back to his seat, more carefully this time. She frowned, confused. As Class 1A chatted happily amongst themselves, Yamagi faded into the background to do her own experiments. Her gaze shifted to a pencil on someone's desk. She activated her quirk, cautious, and a pull in her temples slowly grew in strength as she fought to maintain control and keep the pencil floating. It was like trying to keep a hold on water that was hell-bent on forcing its way out of her fingers. Not leaking, not slipping away. It was pushing with actual resistance. Yamagi clenched her hands in concentration, a headache blossoming underneath her eyes from the strain. It was just a pencil, why was there so much pushback? She had never experienced such a negative reaction to her quirk before. Was it the room? Maybe someone else's quirk clashing with hers? But who? She had to let go of her quirk when whatever was resisting finally lashed out, a loud bang resonating through the room from the walls themselves as her hold broke off so quickly Yamagi felt whiplash from it. The students finally reacted with startled yelling and jumping out of their seats in surprise. The pencil clattered to the floor, and she groaned, clutching her pounding head as her vision swam and the irritable buzzing of the lights mocked her. They asked her what was wrong, concerned, as their eyes scanned the room for the source of her pain. The students flickered, faces shifting into sludge with melting features and two wide eyes. The students that had their bodies turned away from her had their heads in an impossible 180 turn to stare at her. Their pupils were pinpricks, accusing, angry, restless. They left behind after images when they moved, features blurring together into one black imprint that swallowed her surroundings into a void. Yamagi saw furious green eyes in the shadows, watching her. She blinked. Worried, human faces called her name, the students gathering around desks and around her as they tried to figure out where her teacher was. Aizawa was in the class now, knelt by her where she had curled in on herself with fright, staring open-mouthed at seemingly thin air. She stood up quickly, pale and nauseous, and didn't even bother excusing herself before she ran out the door. Something helped her along, pressing against her back until she crossed the threshold. Yamagi slammed the door behind her, in the faces of the very bewildered students, and bolted to the women's bathroom. She would never step back in that door. Kendo could guilt-trip her all she wanted, but she would never. The sound of the buzzing light and those dark, twisted faces would haunt her dreams for weeks. Nezu gently turned the page of the book Izuku was reading, the little ghost muttering in a stream of incoherent rambles as he replicated the pictures as best as he could with his broken wrist. Even with the injury, Nezu could say the kid was doing a great job, hovering just above the table with crossed legs as he stared down at the book. Being able to see Izuku and being able to understand him were two very different things. Nezu heard what everyone else did, garbled and warped nonsense, and sometimes being able to see Izuku didn't explain any better why he was doing the things he did. The communication barrier was able to be worked around with loose gestures and vague noises, but only communicating that way didn't sit well with Nezu knowing there were better options out there. He messed with a few ideas before he realized a pretty simple solution: sign language. He could see the kid after all, which meant he could watch his hands. Nezu did his own private research on the subject, and when Hisashi noticed a sign language book resting on Nezu's desk one day, he asked about the sudden interest. Nezu was blunt about his motives, and Present Mike was all too happy to be an even deeper well of knowledge on the topic. For the little listener, he had said with a grin. Having a quirk like Hisashi's at a young age no doubt caused problems, and he wasn't surprised in the slightest to learn the pro-hero was very fluent in sign. Nezu's quirk allowed him to learn sign language very, very quickly, and by day 3 he could classify as fluent. Teaching Izuku wouldn't be that easy, he knew. Well, he thought he knew. The more he taught Izuku, the more Nezu was beginning to realize the kid absorbed information like a sponge. It had only been 2 days, and even though he was nowhere near Nezu's level, Izuku could still sign more complicated expressions than would normally be expected, not only as a complete beginner to the language, but also with his age. Granted, it still wasn't full sentences, but he was getting there. Nezu was impressed. He wasn't impressed often. Dead or alive, potential was potential, and he'd be damned if he didn't encourage that level of intelligence for as long as Izuku was listening. Izuku patiently tapped at the table, and Nezu flipped another page. He went back to signing to himself and muttering. Usually Izuku wouldn't be with Nezu at the moment. It was still technically class time, but the hero course was on a trip to the USJ site for the day, so Izuku had invited himself in, arms wrapped around himself as he shivered in the quiet of the room, form a little too unstable. Nezu didn't have the heart to turn him away. Instead he decided to get in another day's worth of sign language practice, and Izuku agreed readily, posture relaxing as he eagerly floated over to the principal with his wide, watchful eyes. He still couldn't move the pages. At least, not consistently enough to be worth it, Izuku explaining he had a mild breakthrough but nothing concrete, and the action seemed to tire him out relatively quickly. Izuku only wanted to focus on the language anyway, not split his attention with moving things and exhausting himself as well, so Nezu offered to do the page turning for him, which led them to where they were now. It was a peaceful atmosphere in the staff room. Even doing paperwork, Nezu could say he was enjoying himself. As much as Izuku's words distorted and warped, a voice not supposed to be heard, it was still an odd kind of soothing, especially having a vague idea of what he was murmuring about. The mood was broken by a soft knock on the door. Toshinori let himself in with a sheepish smile. Izuku didn't quite retreat, but he startled, floating up high and backwards until he was tucked away in the corner, wisps, just like the first time Nezu saw him. Nezu gave his employee a look. That was a peculiar reaction. He would have to look into it later. Maybe Aizawa hadn't noticed anything? He should probably ask the Hero Corps students too. Sorry to interrupt, the man said, and Nezu saw Izuku shrink in his peripheral. Weren't kids supposed to be ecstatic seeing all might in the flesh? The kid had eyes and ears on at least this entire floor, Izuku had to have seen All Might deflate into Toshinori at some point, right? Did he just not piece it together? Izuku wasn't that stupid. Wasn't there an incident with All Might before this? Right, there was. I just haven't heard from Eraser or 13 in quite a while, Toshinori continued, oblivious to Izuku's mild discomfort and Nezu's thoughts. I'm not sure if it's just me overthinking, but I don't know. I have a bad gut feeling. I should have been updated by now. That got Izuku's attention, the kid unfurling slightly from his nervous huddle against the corner to look at Nezu worriedly. The kid blurred, lights flickering as every window rattled through an invisible storm. The symbol of peace looked on edge. Izuku quickly fingers spelled "you," then signed "where," with wide, sharp eyes. His movements were stilted from his broken wrist not moving quite right, but Nezu got the idea without any struggle. Nezu hummed, reaching into an open drawer to lay out a map of the school grounds and its different training facilities on top of his desk as an answer. He wouldn't stop the kid from going, he couldn't get hurt after all, and if the situation was bad enough Izuku would come back to report to him. Well, he hoped he did. Toshinori watched Nezu unfurl the blueprints in bewilderment, but Nezu didn't pay him any mind. Instead, he watched as Izuku floated down to Nezu's shoulder, the closest he'd gotten to All Might so far, and scanned the layout. The second it made sense to the boy was the second he charged through the wall and vanished. Nezu shifted his attention back to Toshinori with a small smile. It seems you're not the only one who's worried. Toshinori gave his boss a mildly alarmed look, but Nezu brushed it off. Toshinori, he said, you have been doing this for years. Trust your gut instinct, whatever it may be. Nezu crossed his paws on his desk. But before you go, do you recognize the name Izuku? Toshinori frowned at him. Tamura was having an awful day, if he did say so himself. The brats were scattered, 13 and Eraserhead were preoccupied and slowly drowning in goons, and his Nomu stood confidently next to him, waiting on hand and foot for his next order. Kurogiri was entertaining the rest of the brats near the front gate. Everything was going perfectly. Except All Might wasn't here, which was the whole reason he hatched this plan to begin with. Tamura went through all the trouble of sneaking into Yuta, stealing information and carefully orchestrating this whole scheme, just for the number one hero to skip out on his own funeral. Today was an awful, awful day. If the symbol of peace wouldn't show on his own, Tamura would give him a reason to show, and if blood needed to be spilled he was only happy to deliver. He watched Eraserhead's movements, his techniques, gathered as much information as he could to piece together how to slip through Eraserhead's defenses and crush him. He managed one touch. The man's elbow crumbled to dust. It was all Tamura wanted, just to show the hero what he was capable of. He called on his Nomu, eyes just pinpricks, and demanded it beat Eraserhead's body into a bloody pulp. The Nomu obeyed swiftly, and Eraserhead lay incapacitated as his Nomu slammed the man's face into the asphalt. Tamura cackled. If he couldn't have All Might, he would destroy everything around him until he finally decided to come out and play, and he was beginning to hope All Might would take his sweet time. The longer he took, the more opportunity he had to stomp on everything he loved. There was a collective pause, like the building and all of its occupants had to adjust for something that shouldn't be there. The air very quickly felt colder and was only getting worse. Chills began to claw at his skin and sink into his bones. Tamura frowned and scanned the area for the source of his discomfort, carefully picking at his surroundings with narrowed eyes. Someone screamed. It rebounded off of the glass ceiling, echoing in an odd manner, somehow simultaneously confined by the enclosed space and free of any physical burden. The air swelled with its intensity as Tamura was suddenly unable to breathe properly in the thick, choking air. The building itself shivered in fright as the screams roared, growing, expanding, vibrating in his bones and making him clench his teeth as a headache shot through his temples and behind his eyes. Tamura's vision swam dangerously, and he covered his ears in desperation to make it stop. Tamura forced his head up and opened his mouth to order his Nomu to destroy whatever was making such a horrid noise, and as his surroundings warped in on itself, folding and moving like waves, his vision zeroed in on his Nomu. Its eyes were green. It was staring right at Tamura with a single-minded intensity that made him sweat and his stomach drop into his feet. It charged. Nezu tilted his head curiously, watching as Toshinori sat on the question for a moment. He said no, but it sounded unsure, as if there was something in the back of his mind that disagreed. Are you aware of Izuku? In the hero course classroom? Nezu asked, and by the puzzled look on the man's face Nezu knew Aizawa hadn't bothered to inform the man. Regret Aizawa held now no. The Izuku Midoriya is a ghost haunting class 1A. We aren't sure where he came from or why, but he is a very young child. Please be kind to him. Toshinori stopped. Nezu watched as his whole body seemed to seize, and Toshinori coughed hard in surprise, blood spilling from his mouth as he tried hard to stifle it. Nezu offered the man a tissue. He took it with shaking hands. Are you all right? I need to go, he replied, unable to look Nezu in the eyes. He turned on his heel and rushed out the door. Nezu sat, dread making his heart sink as he watched the man flee. What kind of a reaction was that? Tamura flung himself wildly to the right, desperately trying to avoid the attack as the Nomu took a reckless swing at him. His body felt off balance, the world tilted on its axis as he tried to right himself. The Nomu turned again to face him, and those green eyes burned holes into his head as it once again charged. He shrieked and scrambled out of the way, flinging a hand out and clipping the Nomu's arm as it barely missed by a margin. Its skin crumbled away, but the creature didn't react to any pain it may have felt, too focused on ripping Tamura's body to shreds. He couldn't think clearly, a sick feeling in his stomach threatening to make him spew as the world around him swayed and tilted unnaturally. The Nomu backed off just for a moment, gearing up for another attack, and in that moment he felt another presence charge at him, the sound of popping explosions ringing in his ears. Tamura threw his arm out desperately, just to even stop the noise. It was too much, so many things were happening and he couldn't focus. His hand grabbed onto something. Someone roared in pain, and the screaming from earlier sparked up all over again, all-encompassing, and Tamura let go to cover his ears with 4 fingers. The last thing Tamura saw was the Nomu lunge, and an extreme, sharp pain blossomed in his temple as the Nomu managed to swing his arm at his head. He barely caught a glimpse of Kurogiri appearing behind the Nomu as his world went dark. Aizawa knew 2 things. 1, he could see his own body lying broken on the asphalt, unmoving, which worried him greatly for what he felt were obvious reasons. 2, the Nomu creature that was kicking his ass earlier was now standing like a bodyguard, shielding himself and a very injured Bakugo from the rest of the students. He had no idea where 13 was and didn't know who was safe. What's more, he couldn't piece together the change in the creature's attitude all of a sudden. The 2 villains were nowhere to be seen, a positive in all this. A quick, panicked scan of his surroundings revealed most of his students were present, with only Ida and Tsuyu missing. His stomach dropped when he realized, but he grit his teeth and held on to the knowledge that these kids were competent. Things had seemed to have settled down anyway. Again he had no idea how, so Aizawa took it upon himself to try and figure out what the fuck was happening. The creature turned its head, as if to check on the 2, and its gaze locked on Aizawa. The creature's body vibrated unnaturally, and it reminded the teacher of the windows in his classroom. The windows in his classroom? Wait, its eyes were green. They weren't before, Aizawa knew that. They had been small pinpricks, barely visible at all. Midoriya? Aizawa called out, and startled as his voice echoed around his ears, both present but not. The creature vibrated again, and a figure stepped out of the creature's back, rushing towards him with devastated eyes as he cried out. The Nomu dropped like a rag doll, and the students began to reluctantly approach his body. Aizawa found himself holding a young child as he sobbed against him. I'm sorry, I couldn't save you. I'm sorry, he choked out, sounding so fucking young. His small hands clung to the sides of his shirt in a death grip, face buried in his stomach. His hair was curly and green, and Aizawa numbly wondered if his eyes were similar. Every shaky breath the kid took rattled in his chest, and Aizawa saw bones sticking out of his elbows. Aizawa held the kid, Izuku Midoriya, close, trying to give him as much comfort as he could manage while he refused to think about what Midoriya's injuries meant. Don't think about it. Kaken, Midoriya sobbed, finally looking up. He had freckles and yes, his eyes were green. Blood had settled under his nose and leaked from his mouth. His face was streaked with tears. He released part of his hold to point with a broken wrist at Bakugo, who was looking increasingly pale. Kaken's hurting. I know, Aizawa replied, but help is coming. He hoped to God he was right as he soothed the child who had a never-ending well of tears. Clinging to the adult like Aizawa was his only anchor. Toshinori arrived to nothing but chaos. Aizawa's broken body laid in the cracked asphalt, unmoving and seemingly lifeless. Unconscious bodies of random thugs scattered the building, and the students were gathered around their teacher, looking scared and confused. Bakugo was among the crowd, crouched next to Aizawa as he clutched his bicep with gritted teeth, blood pouring out of the gaping wound. Ida and Tsuyu appeared to be missing, but Toshinori knew Ida had run off to get help, and Tsuyu was looking over an injured 13. A creature, tall and muscular, sat slumped a few feet away from the large cluster of students. No one was acknowledging the hideous thing other than wary looks every so often. Toshinori swallowed his worry and shoved his lingering, rampant guilt at Nezu's and his conversation earlier. He couldn't be Toshinori right now. He had to be All Might. All Might approached the students carefully, asking for a brief on the situation which he readily got. He coaxed the students to move closer to the entrance as he mentally counted heads, partly as a distraction from any thoughts he may have and partly because of the necessity. He scooped up Aizawa and led the group of students forward to meet up with Tsuyu. The medics arrived shortly after everyone was semi-settled, Ida anxiously waiting off to the side. Snipe and Midnight immediately rushed off to capture the creature and thugs when they were briefed on it. Bakugo was coaxed into settling with the medics, Aizawa and 13 were carted off on a stretcher to the hospital, and All Might gently suggested the other students head on home to get some rest, to which they agreed, slowly trickling out under the watchful gazes of the pro-heroes present. A freckled face bounced around in his mind's eye. He couldn't shake it off. As he watched the ambulance race to fight against time itself, he felt numb. Izuku Midoriya. He knew he'd heard that name before, years ago. A brave kid with bright eyes and such a hopeful smile. The memories were fuzzy, having been dulled with time, but he remembered. A hero crushed a kid's dream and expected to have no consequences. A kid's bright-eyed hope was thrown away, brushed aside for something more reasonable. If Toshinori had gone for something reasonable, All Might and the symbol of peace would have never existed. Nezu's words rebounded in his head, on an endless repeat. Izuku Midoriya is a ghost haunting class 1A. Haunting. Toshinori knew what that meant, knew what it implied, and Toshinori prayed and hoped to anyone listening that the young, bright child hadn't done what Toshinori knew he had done. No wonder the kid had lashed out at him that day. No wonder. As the pieces slotted into place, Toshinori swallowed the bile creeping up his throat, his heart breaking into a million fragile little pieces. Midoriya wouldn't let go of him. As his body was placed on a stretcher with care, wow, that was very surreal to watch. Midoriya only began to cry harder as he came to the realization that he couldn't stick close to both Aizawa and Bakugo anymore, and the thought of having to choose was making him panic. His head swiveled back and forth, grip tightening on him but his body jerking as if he was about to race over to Bakugo. The poor kid was borderline hyperventilating, tears mixing with blood as each panicked breath rattled. It was starting to mess with the machines being attached to his body in the ambulance, the screens glitching and malfunctioning. Aizawa did his best to calm Midoriya down, but he wasn't fucking meant for this. That was more Hisashi's thing, or Toshinori for that matter. Go to Bakugo, Aizawa tried to coax, but Midoriya shook his head wildly. Being alone is scary, he sobbed. I don't want to leave you alone. Then stay with me, he tried again. You'll meet up with Bakugo a little later. Kaken's hurting, he repeated, only crying harder. Hurting makes you sad. I can't leave him sad. I can't. Well, what the fuck was Aizawa supposed to say to that? His mind raced to find some kind of solution as Midoriya panicked. The ambulance doors shutting as the engine stalled once from Midoriya's interference, then roared to life. Midoriya, he said, getting the kid to back up enough to look him in the eye. Go with Bakugo, okay? Midoriya let out something between a breath and a sob, clutching his sleeves desperately. I'll be okay, I promise you. Have I ever steered you wrong before? The kid sniffed, shook his head. Go with Bakugo. I'm trusting his safety to you. Can you look after him for me? He still looked reluctant, but now that the decision had been made by Aizawa instead of himself, he seemed to actually be contemplating it. His green eyes looked at Bakugo, then back at Aizawa. Go on, he coaxed, gently giving the kid a small push. The next time you see me, it won't be like this. I promise you. Midoriya's breath hitched and rattled, his eyes welling with fresh tears as his lower lip wobbled, then he raced to catch up with Bakugo's ambulance. Aizawa watched him go, taking a deep breath himself, then he turned and barely managed to get into the ambulance with his body, facing the next couple of long hours alone. Katsuki slapped his mother's panicked hands away from his injured bicep, insisting he was fine. He wanted to lay down and sleep for the next 2 days, and he felt a bit dizzy from the emergency blood transfusion they had to give him, but Katsuki was sure it wasn't anything a day or 2 of rest wouldn't fix. Really, the only problem he had now was the fact that his bicep was branded with the fucker's handprint. That didn't sit well with him, and if he ever saw the bastard again, he would make sure to blast the villain into outer space. His mother wouldn't quit her hovering, and he was too tired to outright argue with her, something he was sure was only making her worry more. So the second they got home and she demanded he went to bed and rest, Katsuki obeyed. He settled down under the covers immediately, but he resisted the urge to pass out. He laid down in the silence, staring up at the ceiling with a flat expression for a while. Then it all rushed in. Villains had broken into the USJ with the intent to kill. It didn't matter who, Katsuki knew, it could have been anyone. That hideous motherfucker of a beast that was standing by the hand bastard's side was burned behind his eyes, with its brain exposed and too wide of a mouth. Everyone had been ripped from each other and scattered to the winds. Katsuki was lucky enough to meet up with Kirishima, and the extra eyes and strength helped him calm down however slightly, breathe in deeply and take a second to assess where they were, what was happening. Then they heard a scream. It tore through the air and their eardrums. Katsuki and Kirishima had to cover their ears, lest they'd suffer a sharp pain. It faded out eventually, and all it took was a look between the pair before they rushed off for the source. Katsuki had approached the scene to see what the villain had called Nomu standing there, posture tense and waiting, while the villain himself had seemed disoriented and dazed. Katsuki had seen an opportunity to attack, and he took it. The second he had gotten close, though, that bastard had grabbed him, and the searing pain as his flesh dissolved and chipped off had rendered Katsuki immobile for a few seconds. The Nomu had taken a swing, and Katsuki was sure, in those couple of seconds, that he was going to die. His heart began to pound in his chest, and he clutched his bicep with shaking fingers, his teeth grit against the burning in his eyes as the fear of what he'd just been through finally caught up to him properly. He sucked in a shaky breath and hoped his mother wouldn't just barge in. He lay in the dark, attempting to keep quiet and regain his composure. A soft, quiet tapping at his desk made him jump, and his head swiveled over to the noise as hope made his chest swell. Deku was stuck at Udade, right? But maybe... Deku? There was a moment of silence, and Katsuki's heart sank before a more deliberate tapping permeated above his head and through the wall. Deku murmured for a moment, then quieted. Relief crashed over him like a wave. He swallowed hard, his eyes burning. Everything in him wanted to just sit down and chat with his childhood friend. It was a feeling he hadn't truly had in a long time, but it was there, simmering in his gut and sealing his throat closed. But it didn't matter. Deku couldn't speak, too broken and twisted to be heard correctly. I wish you could just fucking talk to me, he whispered, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Please, say something. Deku muttered louder, more pointed, clearly an attempt that didn't work. Deku, he begged the empty air, wrapping his arms around himself as a few tears managed to escape. His skin itched. Give me anything. Katsuki waited with bated breath, listening hard for any sound that could count as a word. Something flickered next to his desk. He lifted his head and watched as a pencil floated up like it was attached to an invisible string, angling itself as if someone was holding it. Katsuki tore out from underneath the covers and over to his desk, clutching the back of his chair in a white-knuckled grip as he watched the pencil quiver in the air, unstable. It wrote out something, then clattered to the desk, still once more. Katsuki sobbed, gripping the notebook so hard he crushed the pages as he sank to the floor. The pencil had written out "I am here," in Deku's handwriting, shaky and barely legible, but Katsuki could recognize it anywhere, the obsessed fucker. The blonde sat and cried, feeling something gently pat at his back as he let out everything he'd been bottling up. Tomura couldn't keep his eyes open. Everything felt sluggish and blurry, like a movie playing at half speed through a dirty window. A pulsing migraine was wreaking havoc on his already tender head. The lights in Kamino were so bright. So bright. Hands were touching him, his wrists, briefly against his temple before Tomura hissed in pain, and at the back of his neck. Words were being spoken. Tomura was too tired to listen, too tired to care. He fell unconscious. The day was a much-needed blessing. We're off from school to recuperate, and Katsuki took advantage of the opportunity. He lounged around and ate comfort foods to his heart's content, ignoring his father's gentle reminders about his diet and deafening himself to his mother's screeching. Katsuki could take a cheat day, and besides, his comfort foods weren't unhealthy like the hag's choice of chocolate and sweets. Deku was still with him, serving as something of an anchor. Whenever Katsuki called out for him, he would respond in soft tapping or murmurs, and Katsuki wouldn't lie to himself and say it wasn't a comfort. Very quickly, he found himself becoming restless with so little to do. Katsuki attempted a game with Deku in order to keep himself from thinking too hard about everything and spiraling into another panic. It was a non-verbal game of shiratori, really. Katsuki kick-started the game in his room, tapping the desk and saying to thin air, "Shiratori." Desk, before stomping out, walking into the living room and plopping onto the couch. Deku took the challenge as expected, and he felt a tapping at his shoulder. It took Katsuki a minute to get it, but when he did he quietly scoffed, muttering "cheater" under his breath, but later he obediently tapped twice on an ice cube floating about in his drink. The real trick about the game was making sure he wasn't caught acting oddly by his parents. Deku hadn't revealed himself to them and didn't seem like he was going to, and Katsuki understood fully. But that also meant it would just seem like Katsuki was snickering or grinning to thin air, or randomly tapping on any object he got close to, so he had to lay low. Deku wasn't free of this either, since if his parents noticed a sound coming from an object no one was touching, his mother in particular might burn the house down. It was surprisingly fun, and most importantly, it was an amazing distraction. The game was also lightening his mood considerably. There was a point where Deku was struggling to find something to combat his word of cup, but Katsuki realized afterward that it wasn't the word that was giving Deku issues, it was figuring out how to tap on what he wanted without his parents noticing. They were seated at the table for dinner, his parents talking about dumb shit that Katsuki had immediately tuned out in favor of their game. There was a quiet moment, and Deku apparently chose that moment to tap 3 times on his father's plate. The noise was loud enough for him to hear, and it made his father lift up his plate of food to check under it for the noise, as well as under the table, confusion plastered all over his face. He ended up sitting down and dismissing it, and Katsuki had to pretend to drink his water to hide his snickering. His parents seemed to quit their hovering when his mood lightened, and the new freedom made the last bit of tension melt away, in himself and the household. Except Deku. He was nervous about something, anxious, Katsuki could tell. His focus wasn't fully in the game like Katsuki was, his attention would drift while Katsuki figured out what word to play and the atmosphere would go from playful to uneasy, and now more than ever did Katsuki wish he had the EMF thing. When things settled in the house, Deku's nerves only became more obvious, but Katsuki wasn't too sure what to do about it other than use their game as a distraction not just for himself, but Deku too. He wondered if it had to do with Aizawa. They seemed close, and the man had often been a third party to Katsuki and Deku's after-school talks. He was worried about the man too, if he was honest. Aizawa had looked like shit when he was hauled away. At some point he got tired of Deku's sulking, so once he was safe in his room again, Katsuki tried to tell Deku that Aizawa was a strong bastard and there was no question the man would make it. It wasn't accepted as quickly as Katsuki hoped. He'd visit Aizawa, but he had no idea what hospital he was put in, nor did he know if his parents would let him step out of the house on his own at this point. So he stood strong for his friend. He kept his head up, steadfast in his belief that Aizawa would be fine and aggressively pretending that everything was normal. Deku reluctantly followed his example, but he was still quieter than he ought to be. Katsuki finally went back to school, a scar the shape of that fucking prick's hand wrapped around his bicep. The others gathered around each other, checking in on everyone's health and talking about what happened yesterday. His own little posse gathered around his desk like kicked puppies, asking if he was okay and if the wound scarred. He showed them the handprint with a scowl, and Kirishima determinedly declared, "We'll make that jerk regret messing with us." His statement got cheers and whoops, and he agreed wholeheartedly with the statement. The fucker was going down. Conversation lasted a little longer until Glasses told them all to take a seat, and Katsuki could feel the buzz of Deku's unease, getting some others to ask Deku if he was doing all right. Katsuki snapped out that Deku was worried about the old man, but he had been trying to say that the bastard would be fine, shooting round-face a pointed look. She brightened with understanding and fist-pumped the air, cheerfully agreeing. The class joined in with quick optimism. Deku still didn't seem right, and it was finally making Katsuki nervous. If he didn't have a solid reason to believe Aizawa wasn't okay, the topic would have been dropped a while ago. The old man was fine, he knew he was fine. Aizawa had too much spite in him to go out like that. Still, Katsuki waited to see who would be teaching class today on pins and needles. He didn't really think Aizawa would show, so when the man himself walked through the door, covered from head to foot in bandages, Katsuki wasn't sure if he should be relieved or rally the students to march his ass back to whatever hospital bed he crawled out of. Deku, however, started to cry. Soft, hitching sobs of relief and nothing else. No moving window panes, no flickering lights, just his crying that echoed around the room. It reminded Katsuki of middle school, of Deku chasing him around with a wobbly, hopeful smile, and Katsuki's chest clenched as memories rushed back to him. Katsuki saw Aizawa look around, as if he was deliberately searching for something, before his gaze zeroed in behind ponytail. He took in a sharp breath of surprise, but when Katsuki turned around to see what Aizawa was looking at, it was just an empty corner. He wondered if Aizawa hit his head a little too hard as their teacher slowly lowered himself into the seat at his desk, taking in whatever it was he thought he was seeing. "I'm fine," Aizawa finally said once he had gathered himself, muffled through the bandages. Almost addressing the corner itself. "Do you need a minute?" Deku's breath hitched and hiccuped as a response, and a quick scan of the classroom revealed that others were starting to get teary-eyed themselves at the display of affection and relief. Even eye bags looked softer than normal, and when Katsuki turned in his seat to scoff at him, the purple-haired bastard had the gall to simply shrug. The students began to soothe him on their own, some talking about what they did on their day off as a distraction while others tried pulling funny faces and cracking jokes. Deku's crying slowed to sniffles, then turned into quiet, tired giggling. Katsuki was thankful for it. "There's no time to relax," Aizawa said, pulling the attention back to himself once he was sure Deku had calmed down. "Your struggles aren't over. The sports festival is almost here." Katsuki tilted his chin up, determination thrumming in his veins. He could feel a similar strength from the rest of the students. He had made it through that shit show. How bad could the sports festival be? Aizawa couldn't stop staring at the corner of his classroom where a transparent figure floated, eyes drawn to the space like magnets to an electric current. It was a car wreck he couldn't stop staring at. He felt helpless. Frustrated. Sick to his stomach. Midoriya, he thought to himself faintly as he watched the boy sob in relief, looked more damaged than he'd imagined, although his appearance was vaguely familiar for a reason he couldn't recall. His arms looked like a twisted wreck, wrist mangled. Blood escaped his mouth and nose and mixed with his tears, soaking his clothes as he cried his small heart out, and Aizawa mourned the boy, not for the first time. He mourned the loss of this young soul, taking a minute to catch his breath from the horrific sight as he grit his teeth so tightly he thought he heard them creak. He expected his newfound, almost unwanted ability to fade or disappear suddenly one day. Aizawa hoped, but that day never came. Midoriya was always present in the classroom, a constant. Happy? As Aizawa was for having his curiosity sated, he didn't want the sight of Midoriya rubbed in his face either. It was hard. The poor kid struggled with every rattling inhale, his wide eyes lacking the natural shine of life as Midoriya scanned his surroundings with an off-kilter clarity. His broken body had to compromise with the movements he wanted to make, and with every struggle Midoriya had to suffer through, Aizawa's heart would squeeze in sympathy. He tried to focus his attention on training the students, for the sports festival and in general. He threw himself into the work, trying to drown out the feelings of helplessness and regret into hope for the future resting on the backs of these up-and-coming heroes. Aizawa did the best he could, but Midoriya's transparent form hovered in his peripheral, damning evidence that it wasn't possible to save everyone. Suddenly the sports festival, once grand and luxurious and such a crucial part of his routine, felt so small. So minor next to a small child suffering, his life stolen with his tragedy carved into his flesh. Midoriya, very clearly, was not having the same issue. He was thriving off of the new attention, floating around the classroom and giggling as Aizawa's gaze tracked his progress. He flung signs Aizawa's way, cheerful and expressive, and he wondered if Midoriya had been deaf in his life before. Aizawa vowed to learn sign, at least the basics, but that was hard to achieve with everything on his plate. He saved the project for later. He was struggling to focus on teaching. Midoriya liked to tease the students, batting at hair, tugging clothes or poking skin, and he especially seemed to tease Bakugo and his group of friends, along with Todoroki. When he wasn't teasing them, he was checking on everyone else, or hovering over Bakugo's shoulder looking as content as he was probably going to get. The kid was a major distraction, less to the students and more to himself, but Aizawa knew he would never demand the kid to stop. He was only having fun, but that meant the distraction never went away, and Aizawa was sure this wasn't something he would get used to, at least not quickly. He was even struggling with staff meetings. Midoriya grew peculiarly quiet during those times, staying close to himself or Nezu, but he was still expressive. Oftentimes Midoriya signed careful words directed at Nezu, confirming the principal could see the kid, as he struggled to make his broken wrist cooperate with him. Aizawa couldn't tear his eyes away. He was caught by Nezu. Really, it had only been a matter of time. He was asked to stay behind, and the fluffy principal calmly crossed his paws on the desk and asked him outright if he could see Midoriya. Aizawa didn't hide it, openly stating that yes, he could, and he wasn't sure why. Nezu pointed out his near-death experience at the USJ, his own brush with death, and theorized it probably had something to do with that. All the while Midoriya hovered, curious, his gaze flickering between the two as they conversed. Aizawa resigned himself to the fact that this wouldn't go away, so he tried to make the most of it. He placed the EMF on his desk and clicked it on. He had all of Midoriya's focus then. "Why don't we give you something to do?" Aizawa suggested, monotone. "Would you want to help me?" Midoriya beamed, body blurring with rampant energy, and Aizawa watched in fascination as it caused the window panes to rattle. So that's what he was doing. He gestured to the EMF, and Aizawa obligingly recorded. Midoriya's warped speech bounced off the walls and reverberated for a moment, his mouth blurring, then he stopped, eyes wide and focused on him with the biggest grin on his face. Yes. The next day in class was a strange one, well, for the students. Aizawa was admittedly enjoying himself. He recruited Midoriya to help him throughout class time. The kid would float around the room, careful and attentive, and if a student seemed like they were struggling and hadn't spoken up yet, Midoriya would point to that student so Aizawa could take care of it. He was also recruited to keep an eye out for cheaters, and Aizawa knew to the students it seemed like their teacher was omnipresent. Their stunned and alarmed expressions when Aizawa commented on an aspect of their work he couldn't have possibly known about, or caught them cheating in a way he normally wouldn't have was absolutely priceless, and it served to brighten his mood greatly. His job was to keep them on their toes, after all, and this just so happened to be a fantastic way of doing such. After their little agreement was implemented, Aizawa found his focus on Midoriya to be much less of a problem. Instead of spending his time hovering and playing harmless pranks, he was contributing to the classroom, and now when Aizawa focused on him it felt like less of a distraction and more of a necessity, which allowed his attention to bounce around instead of settling in one place. Not that it didn't happen at all, it just felt more justified, Aizawa supposed. With his attention sharpened, he was able to take a deep breath and focus on what mattered now, the sports festival. It was true that heroes couldn't save everyone, but Aizawa could make sure the next generation were as prepared as they could be. If he had to put blood, sweat and tears into making sure there were as little casualties like Midoriya as possible, in both the present and future, Aizawa was only happy to oblige. Maybe Midoriya would want to help as well, he'd have to ask. Toshinori was avoiding Class 1A, shame burned white-hot in his stomach because of it, but it was the truth. How could he enter that room knowing what he did? How could he face that poor child? He had failed Midoriya Izuku, and it was tearing him apart. As much as Toshinori wanted to avoid the situation altogether, there was a lingering hope that maybe, just maybe, it hadn't been his soul-crushing words that pushed Midoriya, and he desperately, perhaps selfishly, clung to that hope. Maybe Toshinori was just overthinking things as he tended to do, right? Maybe Midoriya had a poor heart, or a car crash had taken the boy's life. Anything. Anything else. In the end he asked the police to pull up Midoriya Izuku's file, and being All Might he wasn't questioned on his sudden interest. Toshinori excused himself, shielded from prying eyes in a secluded room no one was using. He regretted many things as soon as he opened the vanilla folder. Izuku Midoriya, young and bright-eyed, freckles peppering his cheeks with a smile full of hope stared up at him, and Toshinori stared at the picture until it left an after-image in his vision. The date of his death was familiar, ringing bells in a way Toshinori knew was substantial, and thinking on it at all dredged up clearer memories than before now that he had a proper face to the name. It was a fan gathering. It was towards the end, he was trying to slip away from the bustling crowds, he managed to flee into an empty alley and then Midoriya showed up. Clutching a notebook tight, the starry eyes and tense posture of a loyal fan. He had asked for an autograph, awestruck. Toshinori was exhausted, his time running out quickly, but he signed it. He couldn't say no to the young boy. That had been a mistake. Midoriya talked. He rambled and raved, stuttering over his words and fiddling with his hands as his gaze darted about the alley, like he didn't think he was worthy enough to look at Toshinori for long. Even when he got his notebook back, Hero Notes for the Future Volume 11, Toshinori noted with amusement and intrigue Midoriya just kept talking, as if he would physically explode if he made himself stop. There was a brief warning, Toshinori's body seizing, then he lost his form with a burst of smoke and steam. When the air cleared, Midoriya's confusion had turned into shock which turned into a mixture of horror and heavy concern. Toshinori knew this young child didn't need the burden of knowing the symbol of peace was gravely injured. He reassured the boy he was fine, insisted it was part of his quirk, which wasn't a lie per se, it was now it just wasn't meant to be, and went to send him on his way. Midoriya paused, then his gaze dropped to the floor and he spilled his heart out. Begged his idol to affirm that everything he strived for wasn't for naught, that everyone else was wrong for thinking his dreams were unachievable. Toshinori stared at the picture on the file, the only thing left of Midoriya as he was meant to be, and swallowed hard. He had ripped that dream from Midoriya's shaking hands and stomped on it. But he had just wanted the boy safe. He just wanted him safe. He had been so young the hero world was a cruel place, quirkless on top of it. Midoriya would have never survived out there. A harsh voice in his head, quiet but cruel, chimed in. Well, what a great job you did, speeding the process up. Toshinori could taste blood on his tongue, and he braced himself for the coughing fit that washed over him, barely able to avoid making a mess on the rug underneath his feet. He couldn't just leave this be. It was his fault, his wrongdoing whether he liked it or not. He couldn't let Midoriya go on thinking that Toshinori was just being a jackass. He couldn't. He had to talk to the boy and he made a promise to himself that he would. Well, he never said when he'd do so, right? Guilt and shame ate away at what was left of his insides as he sped past Class 1A's door. He couldn't face Midoriya yet. There was something he needed to do first. With a bouquet of lilies and white roses clutched in his sweating, tight grip, Toshinori walked through the gates of Mizudafu's graveyard. The sky was a clear blue, the grass flourishing under his feet, and the scenery clashed with the worn gray of the tombstones littered about the lot. Honestly, Toshinori didn't even know where to start looking for the boy's grave. But having no plan never stopped him before, and it wasn't about to stop him now. A lot of time was spent dawdling about the graveyard, staring at tombstones and attempting to decipher any pattern in the layout of names to make his search easier. He never found one, and his hopes were sinking lower and lower as time dragged on. He was determined, however, and vowed to himself he wouldn't go home until he paid his respects to Midoriya properly. If it hadn't been for a dark green speck out of the corner of his eye, Toshinori would have searched all day long. He noticed a figure standing by themselves, dressed in all black with green hair, and he froze, knowing exactly who it must be. Toshinori's heart started pounding, sweat collecting under his arms and down his back. He steeled himself, swallowed the blood in the back of his throat, took a deep, fortifying breath, and marched forward. He stopped a respectable distance away and hovered for a moment. A plump, kind woman was stooped low, busy arranging what looked to be her own bouquet of flowers in a terracotta pot to her liking. The grave in front of her, brand new and shining, read Izuku Midoriya, a hero in our hearts, and Toshinori felt like crying. "Hello, ma'am," he said instead, and the woman looked over her shoulder at him. She had a faraway look in her eye, like she wasn't all there. "Oh yes, hello," was her response. She shifted one more flower, then stood up to face him properly. A sad, floaty smile rested on her face, and Toshinori got a stronger feeling that there was something wrong with her, like her head was in the clouds and floating to a place where no one could reach her. "Can I help you?" Toshinori weakly held up his bouquet, hoping she approved. "I knew your son in passing and I came to pay respects." "Are you his mother?" He approached the grave at the woman's satisfied nod, and he bent down to rest the flowers right in front of the tombstone. She said. "Midoriya Inko. Or you?" Toshinori stood and took a good look at her. Deep green eyes and similar hair, he could easily see the resemblance. He briefly wondered if her son's freckles were from his father. "Would you like to get some coffee with me?" Toshinori asked instead of answering. "I want to speak with you if that's all right." Midoriya Inko nodded with no hesitation or wariness, instantly trusting. Toshinori's heart clenched as she began following his lead, and he had to wonder if the loss of her son had broken her or if she had naturally been like this. Either way, it was unsettling, and Toshinori kept a careful eye on her all the way to a cafe a couple blocks from the cemetery. Their talk was enlightening and disheartening, wrapped in a flurry of emotions that Toshinori had no way of sorting through without tearing himself apart to do it. Thankfully, the longer the woman was away from her son's grave, the more conscious she became of her surroundings, and the wariness Toshinori had initially anticipated crept across her face. She pressed for more information, but he insisted they should get settled first. Toshinori paid for both of their orders. It was the least he could do. Once they were settled at a table, drinks steaming hot, Toshinori did his best to introduce himself in a way that wouldn't put her on edge even more so. He stuck to his given name and avoided All Might like the alias was poison on his tongue. Midoriya Inko asked him how he knew her son, and Toshinori paused. He couldn't say too much, he wasn't ready for it, but he couldn't lie to the woman either. "I met him at a fan gathering," Toshinori ventured carefully. "He showed me one of his notebooks. Your son was incredibly observant." From what Toshinori remembered of the boy's rambling, that wasn't a lie. He had been talking about All Might's attacks and the pros and cons of fighting up close like he did, and regardless of how tired Toshinori had been, he couldn't help but be impressed. Inko teared up at that, and Toshinori's heart shuddered with her inhale. They got to talking, a careful, delicate dance of words to avoid the heavy dread and tension the topic threatened to impose on them. Toshinori mostly let her talk, content to sit back and listen about the personality of a boy long past. Inko took a breath, and Toshinori jumped in. "How have you been doing with all of this? I can't imagine how hard this must be for you." Inko wiped a stray tear from her cheek, a wobbly smile very reminiscent of her son on her lips. "It hasn't been easy, but I have friends that have helped me so much. The house is so empty now. Quiet. My Izuku was such a chatterbox, it livened things up so much." She laughed, melancholy thick on her tongue. "Sometimes I think I can still hear him up in his room, muttering away to himself, but I know it's only my heart longing for something that won't ever be, not anymore." Toshinori's stomach rolled, The coffee he'd been sipping on bubbling sickeningly as his palms started to sweat. She didn't know. She didn't know. His mind raced, quickly trying to weigh pros and cons of a decision he couldn't back out of. Would she even believe him if he claimed her son was haunting his classroom? Was it a good idea to risk an outburst in such an open place if she called him a liar? How could he tell her? How would he lead up to it? What should he do? She continued on with the conversation, ignorant to his wild, scattered thoughts. He clutched onto his mug in a nervous grip, smile shaky and crumbling every passing minute. He would hardly remember a single word she spoke to him after that, all of it spinning and fading into one massive blur until they were in front of the cafe and saying their goodbyes. At the last minute, as Midoriya Inko began to walk away, Toshinori called out to her and asked her for her number. She gave it to him, insisting they go out for coffee again sometime. Toshinori gripped the piece of scrap paper in his hand and stared at it, feeling numb. This would not end well. He could feel it. Shudo didn't want to go home. The sports festival loomed on the horizon. Training both at home and at school was becoming tougher, more frequent. It was the hardest they'd pushed themselves yet, training for as long as they had to in order to work out any kinks and cracks in their armor to come out on top, and the stress of it all was weighing on him. Every movement caused his bruises to pulse in complaint, hidden cuts opening back up each time he bended or stretched wrong. That was before he got to school, and the training he endured for you only slathered another layer of bruises and grime onto his skin. Shudo wasn't social to begin with, but he isolated himself even more. Endeavor's eyes bore holes into his back wherever he went. Everything he did was a constant reminder of what was expected of him, and all of his focus zeroed in on giving his father as big of a middle finger as he could feasibly pull off. Not only was all of his effort focused on that, but he couldn't take having to hang around people that only saw him as Endeavor's son, an icon, Lucky. It made him want to scream in frustration, grab them by the shoulders and shake them and say he's not who you think he is. Over and over until they finally understood, but he couldn't, and he found himself helpless, struggling to move forward but refusing to turn around. So he did neither. He stalled for time. He found himself hovering around the classroom after school more and more, regardless of Bakugo's annoyed glare, waiting until Aizawa had to leave before doing so himself. One day, when the thought of going back to the suppressing quiet of his home made his gut clench and his skin preemptively tingle with the feeling of phantom flames, he asked Aizawa if he could stay after for a little while longer than normal. He claimed he focused better in the classroom than at home, which wasn't a lie, and to Shudo's surprise the man didn't question it. Aizawa's gaze flickered over Shudo's shoulder, momentarily distracted before he met his eyes again, telling him he would be in the staff room and to get him if he needed anything or when he was finished with his homework. Aizawa left the room, leaving Shudo with an empty classroom. Well, seemingly empty. Izuku was gently whispering to either himself or Shudo. The student wasn't entirely sure which, perfectly content with having a one-sided conversation. He meant to do homework, he really did. Shudo had set up a studying spot in his usual seat and was fully prepared for the migraine that was English. But when Izuku started pointedly tapping on his desk and then at the back of the classroom where the EMF resided, Shudo figured he could postpone the migraine for another day. He stood from his seat and walked over curiously, pulling the machine from its storage. He turned it on and waited a while in an awkward silence. He wasn't sure how much Izuku had to say, so he just guessed. Shudo warned Izuku that he was pausing, as he'd seen others do, and played it back. He mentally thanked the support course girl that had fixed the EMF, otherwise this conversation would have been a nightmare to understand. Yo lo ok sad, Izuku said, voice managing to push past the static. I'm sorry for slapping your high today, I didn't intio maku yo you set? I'm sorry. Shudo sighed. Right, Izuku wouldn't know. It's fine. Not because of you, he explained. Do you want TTO abu tit? He paused at that, thoughtful, and in his silence Izuku tapped the table to get him to record again. It took 2 recordings to get Izuku's rant in, but they managed. Nobody used DTO least ending, even though I want EDTO tiauk, Izuku said. Nobody's notic being yes ad, I teach in K, so TYH avanti listen ed TO you either, Butil Elistian if you want to. The words built up like a tidal wave in his throat, and he choked on them. He both desperately wanted to take up Izuku's offer and pretend Izuku had said nothing at all. Before he decided, he had a question to ask. Do you know who Endeavor is? The number BR2 Hiro, Izuku replied, hesitant. He SMSSRY. Last I knew Pilu dini eliki him viri much. That was all Shudo needed. At first he kept the story vague, only giving the bare minimum of an explanation so Izuku could follow, but then Izuku started tapping the table and asking questions. No one had asked for his side before. Not in so much detail. The story ended up pouring out of him, the invisible limit to his endurance and patience snapping like a rubber band, and he talked in a rush, desperate to get the words out as if he was draining poison. He talked about his mother, about his siblings, about how his father treated him and how the man's shadow casted a somber, quiet atmosphere at his house and the strain he was under as the sports festival crept ever closer. He admitted how much his body pained him, how much he hurt, how much he hated his old man, and how much he hated the fire he could wield and the promise he made to himself to spite his father. When he finally finished, he felt exhausted, and he sighed in both relief and tiredness. Izuku spoke in the silence as the small machine recorded, his speech slow and careful. No boylist to me, he began, and Shudo carefully absorbed each word. It wasn't often the dead could speak on their regrets, and Todoroki knew he wouldn't just offer platitudes and blind reassurances. He could tell in Izuku's tone. I was Owen. IWASSARED and SAD and D did sewing and G I regret. I will DGIve anything FOR a chance to GO BCK AND DO TNGS differential Y and YNG. Hati yo URDD, he to see yes it, BUT Dion T hate yo URS elf TOO. It S no T FAI arc S your chu IRK TO do WHAT YOU WNTWI it, Dionichi yo UR self FOR LIVIing, make it YOUR HOPIN stad, to DO bet R, to BEBT ter. He stared at the MF as Izuku's voice faded out, eyes wide as his brain tried to catch up to the advice he was just given. The precious, life-changing advice. Your quirk. He'd never thought of it like that before. He had always seen it as a power forced on him, pressed into his palms by his father's hands until they warped to fit the flames. Not once did it occur to him that it wasn't his father's quirk. It was his now. His hands were molded to fit fire and heat already, ever since his birth, and his father only added the scars. It hit him then, why Izuku would be telling him this, why he reached out at all. Izuku had been paying attention, could tell the difference in his attitude as the sports festival crept ever closer, and he had been concerned for him. Like a friend would. He couldn't see through his blurring vision. Shudo wiped his face with his sleeves as he swallowed a sob. His world suddenly looked bigger. Not brighter, maybe, but he realized he had more options and he no longer felt like he was suffocating in his own smoke. A hand had finally reached out to him, friendly, helpful, and Shudo would be damned if he wasn't going to take it. Izuku tapped his back quickly, chills shooting down his spine, and Shudo looked back to find that he had mildly set himself on fire in his burst of emotion. He desperately patted himself and the chair down, thankful that the fire alarm hadn't gone off. He sniffed as he stared at his palms, and he blinked a couple times to soothe the burning in his eyes. A gentle brush against his knee made him record again. Are you okay? Shudo, for the first time in a long time, smiled. I'm okay, he said, and he meant it. He still had his father to face when he exited the classroom doors, but he didn't let himself worry about it yet. He curled up next to the EMF and spoke to Class 1 as Ghost. Izuku helped him come up with ideas to get used to the flames, his flames, starting with the warmth concentrated at the tip of his finger, flickering and tiny. Shudo's hands shook, but the murmuring of a distorted voice kept him grounded. Izuku's giggles bounced off the walls and he cheerfully said through the EMF, It looks eliki a siandel? In that moment, Shudo felt like nothing could stop him, not even Endeavor. It was his quirk and no one else's. If his old man had a problem with Shudo using his quirk to make the ghost of a kind, helpful child happy, making his friend happy, then the old man could eat shit. The class of 1A was tucked away in a waiting room, listening for the moment they would be called to exit. Some, like Kaminari and Mina, were waiting anxiously, unable to sit still as they paced or restlessly stretched off to the side. Some, like Bakugo and Koda, were settled at the table, outwardly calm and patient. Todoroki had his normal stone-like features, unreadable, staring thoughtfully at the rapidly flickering lights as he leaned against the wall. Izuku was hovering about the ceiling, unable to curb his excitement as he giggled away, the lights reacting to his restless energy. Kaken was about to enter the sports festival. They had both dreamed of this moment as kids, whispering to each other in the dark about hero titles and super moves and talking about who they'd want attention from, but seeing Kaken actually here was a whole new experience in of itself. It sent thrums of energy into his bones that Izuku hadn't felt in years. He was excited for all of them. Pro heroes all over the world would have their eyes on the event, and Izuku was sure each and every one of them would leave their own unique fingerprint. He couldn't wait to see how. He lowered himself next to Kaken, brushing the back of his neck with a light touch and making the blonde shiver with the cold of it. He shot a smirk over his shoulder anyway, and Izuku grinned wide. He moved over to Shudo next, tapping at his crossed arms. Shudo's passive face changed to one of realization, and he uncrossed them, a small smile pulling at his lips as his eyes darted around the room, searching. Izuku floated back up to the ceiling, wondering if he should send a similar message of good luck to Mina and Kaminari especially, but Izuku hadn't interacted with them much and wasn't sure the message would get across. The last thing he wanted to do was set them on edge even farther right before the event started. Izuku enjoyed his pranks, but he knew there was a time and place. The intercom clicked on, telling them to head out. There was a brief pause as everyone gathered their wits, courage, and strength, then they stood up from their chairs and straightened their backs. Class 1A walked into the arena with their heads held high, their invisible +1 a silent but easily felt cheerleader. The stadium was huge, one gigantic circle that stretched up into the sky and was peppered with tiny specks that sat in the bleachers. A platform was set up in the center of the circle, with Midnight grinning widely on top of it, hands settled on her hips. The other classes were already gathered and waiting for them, a mass of students hovering in one anxious cloud. Class 1A made their way over. Izuku, however, had spotted the commentator's booth, and he flew up with a childish cackle. Aizawa had been spotted. The second Izuku was eye level with the man, his face shifted into a mixture of resignation and subdued amusement. Izuku only waved at him with a giggle, that renewed energy flooding in his veins and making the machines in the room malfunction for a moment. Present Mike fiddled with the technology, muttering under his breath, while Eraserhead gave him the most unimpressed stare Izuku had seen yet. In Izuku's defense, the stadium really was huge and he needed a good vantage point. If he floated aimlessly in the sky, it would give him a disorienting feeling of unnatural weightlessness. This was the perfect compromise. Hopefully the machines won't give out while we're talking, Aizawa stated flatly, still looking at him, and Izuku understood what he said between the lines. If the machines gave out during the festival, it'd cause some serious problems, so keep it under control. Izuku gave the man a slightly cockeyed salute in return and floated by, brushing shoulders with him to make the teacher shudder with cold chills. Izuku giggled, ignoring Present Mick's wide eyes as he whipped his head around the room for the source of the voice, probably surprised Izuku was there at all. He turned just in time to see Kaken walking up to stand on the platform, most likely to make his comment for the class. Izuku felt his heart pound at the sight of his best friend, confident and strong with all eyes on him. This is what they had strived for. Every single student of UA had worked themselves to the bone for this moment, latching onto this chance to shine. Everyone held their breath for his words, even Izuku. From all the way up in the commentator's booth, Izuku could see a mischievous grin spread across Kaken's face. Everyone do your best, don't let up, don't give up, he said. It'll be all the more fulfilling when I make you eat my dust. Aizawa groaned, dragging a hand across his face in exasperation as the classes all shouted in a mass of anger and disbelief. Izuku only giggled. Kaken may have softened, but Izuku still expected worse. His words were almost inspiring. He stepped down from the platform, and Midnight took center stage, kickstarting the very beginning of the sports festival, the race. Toshinori hovered uneasily by the door leading up to the booth. He was waiting for Aizawa to take a break, and was posted up near the door unnecessarily early. His coworker wouldn't have a chance to come down for another hour or so, but Toshinori really didn't want to miss him. The second Toshinori had joined the students to walk them down to the waiting room, he had felt the familiar chill that Toshinori now recognized as Midoriya's weighing presence. Toshinori did his best not to raise his voice or talk much at all. Anything might trigger the boy again, and the thought of setting him off was one Toshinori wasn't sure he could stand. Midoriya had every right to be upset, to hate him, and Toshinori still hadn't explained himself. He doubted he would be able to talk properly around the guilt squeezing his chest anyway. He had felt out of breath, more on edge and panicky, and he hadn't been sure if it was his own feelings or Midoriya's unnatural vibe that was setting him off like that. Maybe a combination of both. Aizawa knew about Midoriya, that much was clear from how the man seemed to be teaming up with Nezu in staff meetings lately, and how at ease he seemed with such a daunting feeling weighed on his shoulders. Toshinori wasn't sure how much his coworker knew in general, but he knew to some extent, and Toshinori wanted to quiz Aizawa about how Midoriya normally acted in his classroom. He knew there was a difference, simply based on overheard, worried conversations between students during his class. Maybe getting more insight into his regular behaviors would give Toshinori the advantage, and the bravery, to finally bite the bullet and do what needed to be done. For now, he had to wait in the empty hallway in front of the booth door, his legs aching and his stomach too nauseous to be hungry despite how little he had to eat that morning. His phone burned a hole in his pants pocket, filling him with a sense of urgency. Katsuki was having the time of his fucking life. The second they were set free for the race was the second he bolted, explosions bursting out of his palms and sending him rocketing forward, wind pushing at his skin and hair, paired with the physical exercise of using his quirk as his muscles braced against the force made his heart pound with adrenaline. Deku was watching. Somewhere in the crowd, Deku was there cheering him on, but instead of putting him down, the thought made his chest swell with excitement and pride and hope all balled into one blossoming emotion that coursed through his blood like liquid fire. He would win this, he had no doubt about it. Katsuki was already miles ahead of everyone else. Well, mostly everyone. No matter how fast he pushed himself, no matter how many hurdles he passed as quickly as possible, the half-and-half bastard was still ahead of him. He was a looming presence, the sound of feet skating on ice too far away for Katsuki's taste. If anyone in the class had any chance at beating Katsuki to first place, it was him. He roared with laughter as he soared through the air, another round of explosions pushing him forward. Let's see what happens when ice meets fire that's not your own. I doubt I'll be as shy, Katsuki thought, a determined grin curling his lips as he stared holes into half-and-half's back. Aizawa hoped Hizashi didn't turn and see the smile he was desperately trying to smother. Midoriya couldn't sit still. Even though he wasn't participating, the kid was ecstatic just to watch, and ever since the race started he hadn't stopped muttering warped nonsense to himself. The kid just didn't know what to do with his hands, and every couple of minutes he would shift between the control panel, attempting in vain to mindlessly mess with things, to hovering around Aizawa then Hizashi then back to the control panel. Occasionally he would attempt to sign something, but Aizawa couldn't make sense of it and Midoriya would give up, at least temporarily. It made a mild guilt gnaw at his stomach, and his resolve to learn sign language when all of this ended only strengthened. What he wouldn't give to know what Midoriya thought about all of this. Aizawa backpedaled from that thought. The last time he had wanted something like that, he had almost died to get his wish. He would really rather not have a repeated experience. Regardless, the kid was a restless ball of energy, and seeing him so energetic was a new but not unwelcome sight to see. Whatever it was that had caught Midoriya's interest, he was clearly passionate about it, and seeing the kid beam as Bakugo let out a euphoric cackle had Aizawa ducking behind his scarf to mask his expression. He was free to focus on Midoriya anyway, since Hizashi would have run the show no matter what Aizawa's excuse was for not paying attention, a bonus for his friend's extroverted tendencies. Besides, there wasn't much for Aizawa to comment on that he felt wasn't obvious already. Hizashi yelped, dramatically and right in his ear, as Todoroki crossed the finish line, Bakugo right behind in second place. Midoriya inhaled, then whooped and hollered with almost as much force as Hizashi, his voice doubling and slightly rattling. Thankfully Aizawa couldn't see any pain in his face or posture, only pride and excitement that rattled the glass in front of them to the point where Aizawa worried the windows would burst. Aizawa sat back in his chair, content to just watch him. He was just glad the kid was enjoying himself. Izuku charged out of the window of the booth, phasing through the glass harmlessly and rocketing to the floor, skidding to a halt right next to Kaken. His best friend was breathless, a gleam in his eye Izuku was all too familiar with. He rapidly tapped Kaken's shoulder, giggling and laughing and cheering for him, snatching second place in the first event of the sports festival. Kaken didn't seem too happy at first, but the more Izuku celebrated the more he relaxed, a smirk sliding onto his face and making Izuku's heart soar. He charged over to Shudo, beaming, and gave him the same treatment, laughing and cheering with lightning-quick pokes to his shoulder and arm, even now making it a point to do so to his left side. Izuku didn't expect Shudo to use his left side for combat, not so soon, but he noticed Shudo regulating his body heat and creating a palm-sized flame when he needed it, and that in itself was progress. He lasted so much longer with his ice doing that, and Izuku wished with every fiber in his being he could properly encourage him, say he did a fantastic job and to keep his head up high, but he knew it was pointless. Instead, he settled for pokes and giggles and hoped that was enough. Shudo felt warm. He hadn't truly thought about the fact that Izuku was going to be with them, watching them. At first, when he had crossed the finish line with a flame tucked close to his chest for warmth, a nasty, poisonous feeling had flooded him, intense and bitter and hateful, but then he heard the giggling of a ghost, hovering around a slowly grinning Bakugo. Izuku rushed over to him as soon as he had finished harassing his explosive friend, poking at Shudo's left arm furiously and giggling with reckless abandon. Shudo couldn't stop a smile himself, the harsh emotions slowly fading for a softer, more soothing feeling of peace. He had to remember he was fighting fire with fire, not violence with violence but hatred with warmth. He could be better than Endeavor and he would. Izuku's giggles faded out, but his moment of clarity didn't. Midnight called for attention, and the second part of the sports festival was revealed, the cavalry battle, painting a 10 million point bullseye on his back. Ice would always be his primary source of fighting. Shudo doubted that would ever change and didn't particularly care to do so anyway. But that didn't mean he couldn't use his flames at all, even for non-fighting purposes. As Midnight gave them the clear to find their teammates, Shudo's mind churned. Aizawa stood from his seat for the first time in roughly an hour and a half, stretching his arms and wondering if Midoriya would be upset if he left for a moment. He needed coffee. Any longer with Hisashi's booming commentary with so little sleep was going to drive him crazy, and Midoriya seemed preoccupied right now with the students, but he still worried about Midoriya coming back to see him gone. What if he was relying on Aizawa's presence as a source of familiarity with all the noise and new faces? He was just a kid after all, and the last thing anyone needed was for Midoriya to get upset and bust a light bulb or something similar. But he needed coffee. He gave himself 10 minutes. They technically had a half hour before they needed to commentate on the next event, which he figured was plenty of time to get coffee and come back. Just in case, he told Hisashi that if it got cold out of nowhere, to say Aizawa was getting coffee and he'd be back soon. Hisashi barely raised an eyebrow at the instructions and shooed the tired teacher out the door. As he walked down the stairs, he mulled over Midoriya's behavior. It was definitely a positive seeing him behave his age in such a normal way. Being so excited to see his friends participate chipped away at Aizawa's stone heart, and Aizawa tossed around ideas of small activities the class could do to make the kid as happy. Maybe he could think of something Midoriya could participate in himself, even? Midoriya couldn't do much, admittedly. The things he could actually interact with were pretty limited, but he could certainly touch things. Buttons maybe? A touch screen? A touch screen. Could Midoriya interact with his phone? He opened the door, still partially lost in thought, and almost walked right past Toshinori who was sitting on the floor right next to the door. The man stood quickly, towering. Aizawa, can I speak with you? He asked. Aizawa gave him his best deadpan expression. I'm getting coffee, he replied, starting to move. He was on a timer after all. Yes, may I come with? Toshinori didn't wait for a response before falling in step next to him. Aizawa kept a groan to himself, steadfastly ignoring Toshinori's attempt at small talk. Hisashi was already giving him a headache for fuck's sake. Unfortunately, Toshinori didn't quite get the hint and kept up his one-sided conversation the whole way to the break room. The second they stepped inside, Aizawa went straight to the coffee machine, thinking about how he would broach the topic of his ideas to the kid. Aizawa wasn't sure how Midoriya would respond to them, but there was no harm in trying. He poured his coffee and took a sip, patiently waiting for the caffeine to kick in. Toshinori knew this was important, knew he had to say something, but his pounding heart was strangling any words that were trying to push past. His palms were sweating, hands shaking as he closed the door to the break room a little too fast to be natural. He had been falling apart at the seams to talk to Aizawa before, but now that his coworker was actually here, Toshinori was struggling, would put it lightly. He felt trapped, not knowing how to broach this topic or bring it up in a gentle, not jarring way. Toshinori squared his shoulders. He was all might. What was he doing? All his career he was comfortable with plowing ahead, full throttle. He didn't need a plan, he needed to square his shoulders and just go for it. He took in a deep breath. Aizawa, I was wondering something about Midoriya. Aizawa paused from where he was sipping coffee at the counter. He slowly turned, his red eyes glaring and focused. I never told you about Midoriya, Aizawa said, tone grave as his eyes glared. How do you know about him? Well, this was a poor start. Aizawa had turned to properly face him, hands clutching his mug of coffee. Toshinori felt horribly cornered. How do you know about Midoriya? Aizawa said, growing more and more firm. As much as Toshinori wanted to lie, he had to be honest with his coworker, not just for his own benefit, but for Midoriya himself. You met him before? I only realized who was in the classroom a week or so ago. Aizawa inhaled deeply, and Toshinori tried hard not to squirm. You kept this to yourself for a week. It wasn't a question, so he didn't answer. How much do you know? He shouldn't withhold information, but was it disrespectful to Midoriya, sharing a secret he had no way of approving? Was it detrimental to keep this to himself? He settled for being vague instead. Enough, he tried, but Aizawa stopped him. Toshinori. His eyes pierced through the dark shadows of his hair, seeming to glow even with his quirk inactive. How much do you know? The symbol of peace, the greatest hero to rise in decades, shivered from Aizawa's gaze. There was a moment's pause as Toshinori thought about his next move. He ended up sighing, trudging over to the small table with shame and dread weighing his limbs. He took a seat. Aizawa followed his lead and sat down without a word, expectant. I looked up his file, Toshinori admitted, slowly, having to force the words out of his clogged throat. I also happened to meet him a couple years ago. At a fan meeting. At a worn-down table, the smell of coffee doing very little to soothe his nerves as his coworker seemed to stare holes in his head, Toshinori walked through the story with his heart beating painfully in his throat, praying he would still have Aizawa's company to keep afterwards. The cavalry battle would start any minute now. As much as Izuku wanted to be right next to the show, he knew his presence was a major distraction, even for those who got used to the chills, and he'd only get in the way. Besides, it would give Class 1A an unfair advantage, and Izuku wanted nothing more than to see everyone give it their all, unbiased. So he gave everyone a wave goodbye that went unnoticed, expectedly, and floated back up to the booth. Present Mike was settled in his spot, fiddling with the volume and quality of their microphones. It didn't look like he'd moved much, but a bottle of water was there when it hadn't been before, resting on the chair next to him. Aizawa was gone. Izuku frowned. He had been there when Izuku had shot like a bullet to ground zero, and the fact that he wasn't now was off-putting. The booth looked smaller without the man's presence, less friendly. There were more shadows, more noise, machines that blinked bright colors that made no sense to him. Izuku hesitated, not breaching through the glass. Did he want to be in such a confined space? Maybe floating outside was a better idea after all. But what if Aizawa came back and didn't see him? Would he worry? Izuku buzzed, unsure, blood pooling in the back of his throat as he debated. He looked down, trying to gauge if it was worth floating all the way back to the ground. So many people were gathered in the stands, talking and shouting, so many faces Izuku didn't recognize all congregating together. The stadium was huge. He was standing, but nothing was underneath him, and the feeling of falling even when he wasn't moving made his stomach drop. A sharp pain blossomed in his forehead, his arms and leg twisting and pulsing. A cracking sound echoed in his aching head, over and over. Izuku looked up to the sky and whimpered, memories flashing in his mind's eye. He wanted to go home. He wanted Aizawa, he wanted Kaken. "Hey," a voice said, muffled from the glass, and Izuku whipped around with tears in his eyes, feeling liquid push past his lips and drip down his chin. His arms and legs still pulsed with phantom pain. Present Mike was smiling, still fiddling with the control panel. Aizawa went to get some caffeine in him. "He'll be back any minute now, promise." He had to feel silly, seemingly talking to himself, but Izuku was grateful for the familiar noise. Present Mike wasn't as comfortable for him as Aizawa, but he was still something to latch on to. "Come over here, I'll show you how I use this to talk to my listeners." Sniffling, Izuku phased through the glass, slowly making his way to present Mike and hovering over the teacher's shoulder, tears dripping down his cheeks. Izuku saw the goosebumps appear on present Mike's arms from his presence, but if he felt uncomfortable he was great at hiding it. A smile stayed on his face as he worked his way through the buttons, offering for Izuku to press 1 or 2 if he was able. One button turned on a microphone, the noise echoing static and making Izuku jump, but the minor scare made him giggle afterwards, more attentive as present Mike clicked a button that dimmed the lights in the room, making the blinking, colorful lights on the machines turn from sharp and harsh to a gentle, soothing glow. Izuku settled, content for the moment in present Mike's company. Katsuki's eyes narrowed, gaze sweeping around the scenery as he pieced together his plan. Everyone was going to go for icy hot. That was a given. The 10 million was too tempting to avoid for most. Katsuki, however, had a different strategy. If everyone was distracted by the 10 million, then they would be much less focused on everyone else around them, probably assuming, rightfully so, that the rest of the groups were going after the 10 million as well. If Katsuki played his cards right, he could catch a lot of groups off guard by ignoring the 10 million completely. He was aware this might only work once. Other groups might catch onto his plan and be more wary, so he had to pick his first target carefully. His eyes scanned the different groups mercilessly. He was second place, so going after third place and working his way down was probably a safe bet. Eyebags was a group he probably wanted to avoid, and fuck if that thought didn't sting, but he brushed it off and forced himself to be rational, and avoiding icy hot was also a must, even getting a little too close. The group he was building looked strong, stable, and as confident as Katsuki was in his own group's offense and defense, it was an unnecessary risk. Icy hot will be alert and ready, and Katsuki didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. Katsuki scoffed to himself, ignoring Kirishima's curious look. He felt like Deku, gears ticking away as he churned out a strategy, even if Katsuki could do it quietly. He'd have to thank the nerd for the inspiration later. Aizawa seethed as he made his way back to the booth, massaging at his aching knuckles. An understandable injury, when he just punched the number 1 hero in the face. The pro hero's mind raced. His experience as the former, as well as being a teacher, fought to pin down exactly what the worst thing about this whole situation was. His pro hero side filtered through post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms, his teacher side thinking back on Midoriya's oddly subdued behavior during staff meetings. Both sides ranted over the incident with All Might's class, and what that meant. Midoriya had admitted he had never tried to leave the classroom before his students pushed him to. This entire time, a boy with such a horrible, tragic death was forced into a room with not 1, but 2 of his aggressors. All day during class Midoriya had no choice but to be a silent observer, watching Bakugo go about his life, watching All Might toddle around like nothing was wrong. Aizawa was rarely furious, but the only thing he could feel and taste and see was rage. The bullying was enough, Bakugo's words were too much, the isolation the boy had most likely gone through was pushing the line. Toshinori had not only crossed it, but kept fucking walking. Midoriya was still suffering from all of it. Every behavior, every habit Midoriya had made so much more sense. Disturbing, twisted sense. He took the stairs up 2 at a time. Now he had restless energy pent up and he had to sit in a booth for another hour and a half before his next break. He grinded his teeth, wishing he had time to turn on his heel and walk all the way back to punch Toshinori again. That poor kid. Aizawa opened the door to the booth. The artificial lights were dimmed inside, the shutters closed to block light from coming in through the glass. The machine lights glowed faintly, and Hisashi's voice was uncharacteristically soft as he gestured to the control panel in front of him. Midoriya hovered over Hisashi's shoulder, and when he turned around to face the door, Aizawa could tell the kid had just gotten done crying. More blood than normal stained around his eyes and mouth, clothes speckled with blood but thankfully not soaked. His arms looked more broken than normal, leg bent just a little too much in the wrong way. Aizawa stood in the doorway, staring at him, taking in every injury on his small body. His heart sank slowly, a stone light enough to take its time heading to the bottom of the sea. Midoriya lit up upon seeing him, and quickly made his way over, voice murmuring and echoing and wrong, clearly relieved. This was so unfair. Pro heroes saw hundreds and hundreds of unfair and cruel fates, but it never got easier. See? I told you, Hisashi's fond voice cut through his thoughts. He was just gone for the moment. Midoriya hovered close, causing his left side to feel as though it was freezing over, but instead of the playful behavior from before, it was quieter, a child clinging onto the hand of their parent for security and guidance. As Aizawa walked back over to his chair, Hisashi moving a water bottle in his way, he spoke to the boy as calm and soothing as he was able. I should have warned you I was leaving for a minute. Are you okay? Aizawa clenched his hands into tight fists. They were in a booth suspended in the air. Of course Midoriya would panic. Was it a full-on PTSD episode? The room looked fine, and Midoriya seemed to be calming down relatively quickly, but the fact that he had gotten upset at all made his stomach clench. Aizawa knew he should have just stayed in the booth. Hisashi would have been fine getting coffee for him. Midoriya murmured back, useless words, but his expression had smoothed out into calm. He sent Hisashi a thankful nod as he sat down, and Hisashi grinned and shrugged back, dismissive of needing an apology instead of the apology itself. He had a minute of panic, Hisashi said, not needing Aizawa to ask. The room started shaking pretty bad, but not bad enough to knock anything over. I thought it would for a second there. The kid stuck to his side even though Aizawa wasn't doing anything particularly interesting. The scare seemed to have subdued him for the moment, and Aizawa cursed the timing. He should have sent Hisashi. He should have sent Hisashi. He knew better. Aizawa hoped he would liven back up during the following events and the moment would be pushed aside. He knew it wasn't that easy, but Midoriya had just gotten comfortable messing around with things. He thought hard about any way to soothe the kid's nerves, and it didn't take long for his earlier ideas to surface. Aizawa pulled out his phone. Technically they weren't allowed to have their cell phones in the booth, the signal might mess with the machines or the microphones, but Aizawa never cared enough to heed the rule. He ignored Hisashi's disapproving look next to him and opened his notes app, pulling up the keyboard. I had an idea earlier, but we have to run a test first, he ventured carefully. Can you try and type something? Whatever you want. Midoriya shot him a curious look, but floated over to his phone anyway, having to look at his phone upside down. Aizawa turned his phone to face him properly, and Midoriya started poking away. At first his fingers simply phased through the phone, but the kid got the hang of it very quickly, and Aizawa watched with blooming hope as Midoriya typed out an excited message, his phone's screen glitching like a broken monitor. Hi Aizawa, laughing face, was the message he was greeted with when he turned his phone back around. He grinned, more and more ideas surfacing. He left the commentating to Hisashi, knowing his friend wouldn't mind. Instead, he sat with the ghost child and typed out different messages back and forth, turning his phone around and around. Aizawa might have been shirking his duties, but the huge smile on Midoriya's face was worth every minute. Toshinori cradled his bleeding nose, making his way through the bleachers to get to Recovery Girl. Thankfully he was just Toshinori right now, and nothing else was needed of him until the top 3 were announced. He glanced over at the students. The cavalry battle had just begun, and Todoroki was pulling an impressive display. He was playing very defensively, for obvious reasons, and the flames that stretched around him in a protective circle was making most other groups get cold feet. Uraraka was the exception however, and it seemed that Todoroki was attempting to ward the floating girl off with his ice, only halfway successful. Admittedly, Toshinori was a touch disappointed the sports festival was only for first years. No matter how many times Mirio tried to explain his time with the event, he knew it would never be the same as watching a pupil participate, getting to root for and cheer them on, being a guiding hand for one for all with Mirio just as Nana had been for him. Mirio was a fantastic pupil. He was intelligent, determined, creative, everything he needed someone wielding one for all to be. But he couldn't help the feeling that something was missing. Toshinori stopped in his tracks and gave himself a moment to sulk. He was distracting himself from the look that had been on Aizawa's face, and he knew it. Like he was a monster. As much as he wanted to, he couldn't blame the other for his reaction. It seemed like he had gotten very close to Midoriya, and hearing about Toshinori's mistake must have been harder than any hero work he'd done. Toshinori debated on how to make it up to him. Not only did he care about Aizawa himself, but if Aizawa kept Toshinori out of the classroom as much as possible, talking to Midoriya at all would be much, much harder. He hoped it wouldn't come down to Toshinori sneaking behind his back. Aizawa would throw him out of a window. Shudo activated his left side as soon as the cavalry battle was called to an end, attempting to get feeling back in his right arm. Uraraka had been merciless in her attempts to get to him, and even when she finally backed off, he still needed to defend himself against the slew of other groups that had immediately jumped at his throat. His left hand shot to his forehead, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he felt the headband. He had been careful, but he never knew when someone might have tried to strike behind his back. His group set him on the ground. Shudo could see others follow his lead, and some groups nearby whispered anxiously to themselves, unsure of where they placed in the ranking. Shudo's group was called for first, and it may have been unsurprising, but it was a huge weight off his shoulders. Bakugo's group made second, a curious outcome since Shudo hardly saw him, and Shinsu's group stole third. Shudo was happy for them. Midnight explained the tournament and revealed the matchups. Shudo's eyes skimmed the board, flexing and relaxing his numb right hand in a repetitive motion, the heat from his left side slowly moving to his right. Sir. He glanced at his classmate. As much of a shame as it was fighting someone who knew his techniques, he knew Siro's as well, so they would have to get creative fighting one another. Siro's tape was long-range just like his own as well. Who knew how that could go? He smirked to himself. He hadn't gotten truly excited about fighting since he was younger, and he found the rush of it to be refreshing. Even as he went to exit for the break they had, strategies churned in his head, attempting to piece together his fire and ice in a way that wouldn't overwhelm him yet. The Ring of Fire had been purely defensive after all, and Shudo wasn't itching to use fire in actual combat. Not yet. As he went, he glanced at the board one last time to see the first match of the tournament. The names of the candidates stared him in the face, and he hummed, intrigued. He tucked away his half-formed strategies for the moment, wiggling his tingling fingers. He would worry about the matches later. Right now, he wanted to see if he could hunt down Izuku, and maybe a vending machine for some water. He had to grab his phone from Midnight too, now that he thought about it. He turned to do just that. The kid was buzzing above his head, excited all over again, and Aizawa felt relief. The phone was the perfect distraction for Midoriya, and the more Aizawa talked to him, the more he was able to relax from his tense, upset state. Present Mike was back to putting his full attention into commentating. Midoriya was cheering in his warped way, and the booth mostly fell back into the easy, peaceful atmosphere it had before. Unfortunately, Toshinori's admission was still an enraging hum in the back of his mind. He had to purse his lips to keep his heaping load of questions to himself. Upsetting Midoriya all over again wasn't worth it. He didn't think it ever would be, really, but especially now. He would rather quietly stew in his own thoughts than make Midoriya miserable on a day like this. Midoriya edged closer to the glass, excited, but he seemed to second-guess himself. He looked over his shoulder at him, looking unsure, and Aizawa's heart squeezed in sympathy as Midoriya floated over and hovered above his phone. Aizawa unlocked it for him, and he typed slowly, an unease back in his posture that left a bad taste in Aizawa's mouth. "Can I go say hi?" he had typed, but Aizawa knew what he was really asking. "I'll wait for you here," he replied, a gentle reassurance, and it was all Midoriya needed to beam brightly and rocket through the glass. heading straight for the ground. Aizawa scowled. He shouldn't do that, it might trigger him again and no one would have a good time. He watched Midoriya descend, his breath caught in his throat, and he only released it when Midoriya made it to Bakugo, fluttering about the boy as he made his way from where his group was dispersing. He couldn't make out a lot of details from so high up, but Bakugo looked pleased to have the company. You can see him now, right? Hisashi asked, fiddling with a knob Aizawa wasn't sure actually did anything. He always seems to catch your attention whenever he's here, and it got me thinking, what does the kid look like? Aizawa tracked Bakugo's and Midoriya's path inside until he couldn't see them anymore, refusing to meet Hisashi's eye. Young, he said quietly and left it at that. Hisashi didn't push, and Aizawa was grateful for it. He watched from the booth as his students began to move from the stadium floor to the bleachers, clumping together in their usual friend groups as they strolled inside the building and emerged a few minutes later, group by group. Those that weren't participating in the tournament clutched snacks and drinks, having a much calmer stride as they made their way over to their designated block. Those that were seemed reasonably more tense, growing actually anxious as the minutes ticked on and the break neared its end. Even from the booth, Aizawa could see Monoma stroll confidently over to Class 1A, laughing and taunting as usual, and Aizawa pursed his lips. Monoma had potential as a hero, but his pride and arrogance was greatly handicapping him. Kendo dragged her classmate off, and Class 1A settled back down from the immediate agitation that had struck his students. Vlad really needed to get a hold on the kid. If Bakugo had another run-in with him, Aizawa wasn't sure how it would go. His eyes tracked Monoma's and Kendo's path back to Class 1B's bleachers, and immediately, a girl with white hair caught his eye. Not because of the white hair, but because of the ghosts constantly hovering about her person, quiet and patient. He remembered the incident in his classroom with her, the horror in her expression and the way she ran out so quickly had stuck with him, mostly because he never knew why, but now that he had his own ghost vision, he wondered if she had just been horrified at the sight of a young child being a ghost. Maybe her quirk had to do with ghosts? Maybe she could actually communicate with Midoriya? Could she hear him? Talk to him? Actually touch him? Aizawa frowned. He hadn't been paying attention to the cavalry battle at all because of Midoriya's panic, and during the race he hadn't really noticed her, too focused on Bakugo's and Todoroki's push and pull of first and second place, so he had no idea what her quirk actually was. The ghosts around her didn't seem alarmed or upset with being around her, so he figured it wasn't that bad of a quirk. Even still, he hoped Midoriya avoided her, just in case. Katsuki scoffed at the insistent slaps to his shoulder, trying to shrug Deku's never-ending enthusiasm off. He was trying to sulk and Deku wasn't helping. It was fucking second, relax, he snipped, but he couldn't help but smirk at the disembodied giggling bouncing off the walls. Getting second place stung. Thankfully, not only was Deku a soothing balm, but being able to tell himself that icy hot one fair and square helped just enough for him to accept the loss for what it was. Besides, he made it to the next round, and now Katsuki had the opportunity to kick Icy Hot's ass into the fucking dirt. Fairly, of course. He was broken out of his thoughts by Deku's slaps traveling down his arm and to the pocket holding his phone. Katsuki tisked. Not now, I want a drink, he grumbled, but Deku didn't let up. His tapping grew into full-on slaps to his front pocket, and with much grumbling he obliged the silent request and pulled it out, stopping in his walk. Katsuki opened his mouth to say something snarky, but the words vanished when his phone started operating on its own. It scrolled through his apps, opened the notepad, and pulled up the keyboard. He could only gawk as it began to type for a minute, but then the typing stopped, fiddling with his keyboard until it pulled up options he had never seen before, on his own phone. What the fuck? And eventually the entity possessing his device chose a little face to put next to the message. Kakin. Kakin got second. Asterisk plus dot backslash, degree omega degree, forward slash dot colon plus, it read. Only one person used faces like that. Katsuki slowly began to grin at the screen, heart hammering as he began to realize what this meant. You little shit, he muttered fondly. How long did you know? The screen glitched and flickered as it typed. Today. Aizawa helped me, smiley face, he's the best. I'm the best, he corrected on autopilot as he began walking, his thoughts too busy running a mile a minute. Deku could type. If he could use a phone, then he could probably use any touchscreen, right? He could talk to Deku on the go now, not just in class, and the thought made him feel warm. It was comforting that Deku could still touch bases with him, no matter where they were. Plus, it wouldn't take a dick year to get responses, and that was definitely a bonus. You're the best, Deku corrected while he was distracted. Aizawa is a close second. No way, I'm way better than that old geezer. He barely got out 2 words of the sentence before Deku typed, Kaken. ***, in response. Katsuki grinned, tucking his device close to his chest, and Deku's laughter echoed beside him as he typed out another sentence. It wasn't the same as before, but it was as close as he was probably going to get, and shit, Katsuki would take it. Shudo sighed, disappointment swelling in his gut as he sat in the section of bleachers that were reserved for Class 1A, a water bottle clutched in his grip. He couldn't find Izuku, and it put a damper on his good mood. Shudo had hoped he could enjoy Izuku's upbeat attitude and oddly inspiring pokes, but he guessed Izuku must be with Bakugo, a weird pair for sure, but Shudo wouldn't judge. He sat in his seat quietly, watching as the rest of the seats around him slowly began to fill up. Class 1B was full of chatter and noise in the group of bleachers next to theirs, and Shudo took comfort in his surroundings, listening to the laughter and talking as it swelled the more people gathered around him. An occasional look was thrown his way by other classmates, and he did his best to give them some kind of greeting, however stilted it may have been. It seemed to be appreciated regardless. Eventually, Uraraka appeared to take a seat. The second she spotted Shudo, she grinned sympathetically and made her way over with no hesitation, and Shudo wondered why. Missing someone? Uraraka teased lightly as she sat down next to him. Don't worry, I'm sure Izuku will show up. Were you looking for him too? He asked. Now she looked sheepish, picking at her cuticles. Ida and I were to. I was hoping he'd show after the cavalry battle, but Shudo understood what she meant, and he nodded. He'll show. I think he's with Bakugo now. He seems to really like Bakugo, Uraraka said, leaning back slightly as she rested her hands in her lap. She looked contemplative. Do you think they knew each other? I think we shouldn't make assumptions, Shudo replied. Uraraka blushed. Yeah, you're right. There was a strangely companionable silence after that, and Ida ended up joining them shortly after, a flurry of chopping hand motions and questions about their health. Uraraka and Ida got into their own conversation about the first match, Shinso and Bakugo, and how they thought it would go. Slowly, the bleachers filled with their classmates until Shinso and Bakugo were the only ones still absent. The noise from their chatter mixed with the natural noises of the stadium was nearly deafening. The crinkling of plastic bags, crunching of food, and carefree laughter blended together into soothing white noise, until even Shudo couldn't help but relax. The smell of fresh air was especially crisp so high up, and a cool breeze rustled their hair and eased the slight heat from the bright sun. The sky was blue, a couple fluffy white clouds lazily drifting by. Shudo took in a deep breath. He could smell popcorn from Kaminari. Someone with vines for hair, clutching her hands in a prayer-like grip, quietly approached, a nervous expression on her face. Shudo watched her curiously. She made her way to the steps and stopped. Excuse me, she said, voice gentle. I am Ibra Shiozaki, from Class 1B. Welcome. Someone, Shudo wasn't sure who, shouted behind him in greeting. You can sit over here if Monoma's bothering you. A wave of playful laughter swept their class. Even Shudo felt his lips twitch, Uraraka cackling as Ida turned in his chair to scold the perpetrator. That is not quite the reason, she confessed. I was wanting to offer an exorcism. All at once, the noise stopped. A stunned, tense stillness descended upon the group as dozens of pairs of eyes stared at her. A bubble formed then, and suddenly Shudo felt as if the tournament was thousands of miles away, and all he could hear of it were murmurs. He stared at her too, stunned into silence. No one seemed to know how to respond to her. Ibra seemed to wrongly take the silence as interest, since she kept talking. Your classroom is haunted after all, she said gently. Her tone of voice hadn't changed, but it sounded condescending now, as if she was treating them with kid gloves. Shudo clenched his teeth against the anger that hit him in a rushing wave. It must be awful living with a demon in your classroom, but I'm sure an exorcism will cleanse the air and let you all be free once more. Demon? Izuku? Shudo filed through his memories of every day he stayed after school to tuck himself away in the classroom, whispering back and forth to the little ghost as they tossed ideas with his fire out into thin air, his advice echoing in his head. Shudo had no idea where he'd be without Izuku's help, if he had never reached out a helping hand to someone he saw was hurting. Izuku put smiles on his classmates' faces, made Aizawa roll his eyes in class, had Hisashi laughing with the rampant, echoed giggles bouncing off the walls every time the teacher cracked a joke. If Izuku was a demon, he was a pretty shitty one. Thank God Bakugo isn't here, Kaminari whispered, tone a mixture of shock and horror, and that was enough to get the rest of the class in an uproar, everyone shouting and talking over each other. Shudo didn't speak, instinctually swallowing his anger to keep silent. Everyone, that is quite enough. Ida's authoritative voice cut through the massive noise, booming like a gunshot. The class protests fizzled and died. I only offer out of kindness, Ibra sputtered the second she was able. I didn't mean to offend. Yes, we know, Ida replied, firm and sharp. But that is also not something that has anything to do with you. Izuku is a part of our class now, and we would appreciate it if you would leave this be. Ibra gawked at him, her eyes sweeping the gathered students, one massive wall of disapproval. You named the demon? He's not a demon. He's a kid. Ashido shouted, and the swarm of different voices started up again. Ibra looked very overwhelmed, but Shudo couldn't muster up much pity for her. His gaze shifted to the sky again, his hands clenching in his lap. You should go, Ida said calmly, but his voice shook. Ibra turned on her heel and fled back to her class. An uneasy silence laid over the once peaceful atmosphere like a suffocating blanket. We can't tell Bakugo, Kirishima murmured. We can't. The class agreed with him, muted and quiet. They slowly began to converse once more, but it lacked the easy time it held before, weighed down from Ibra's reasonable but cruel suggestion. Shudo stared hard at the sky, tense and unmoving. Upon closer inspection, the clouds weren't white. They were gray. Phasing through wall after wall, blind to everything except his goal in his rush to get back to the booth, Izuku made his way as quickly as he was able. He split off with Kaken once he settled in the waiting room with his water, typing a goodbye and good luck before leaving his best friend to prepare as much as possible. His match would start in only a few minutes, and now that he no longer had the distraction of Kaken's gentle nagging, the pressure of being all alone was creeping back up on him. Thankfully, the promise of Aizawa staying put was helping him stay calm as he made his way back, knowing for sure that the teacher would be in the same spot he left him in. Aizawa wouldn't ever break a promise. He charged through another wall and had to stop almost immediately after, blinking disorientingly in the sudden, bright light of the sun. Rubbing at his eyes, he glanced around nervously, trying to find some kind of landmark. Instead he found contrasting white and red hair just a ways from him in the crowd. It wasn't Aizawa, but the hero course was just as comfortable of a place, just as safe, and the stands were closer to the action anyway. Izuku made his way over. Shuto, upon closer inspection the closer he got to the bleachers, was frowning at the sky, looking very distracted. Uraraka and Ida seemed deep in conversation, and many members were glaring over at the group of students next to them. Worry pulled at his shoulders. He floated over to Shudo, gently tapping his friend's arm, and Shudo slowly relaxed as his head swiveled back and forth, instinctually looking for him. Hi Izuku, Uraraka chirped. He could see goosebumps rise on her skin, and he wondered if that was how she knew he was here. She sent a bright smile to thin air, and even though her aim was a little off, it was reassuring all the same, especially compared to the uncomfortable atmosphere of the bleachers. Did you watch the cavalry battle? He said back, laughing. He had missed a bit of it in his panic, but with Aizawa's help he managed to calm down to see most everything else. Everyone had been incredible with their quirks, placing their mark in the eyes of pros everywhere, just like he expected them to, and he was so proud of all of them. He poked rapidly at Shudo's left arm, just as usual, and gently poked at Uraraka as well, excitedly giggling. Izuku! Siro shouted from behind them, and Izuku turned, beaming. Did you see us? He did, Shudo responded for him, rubbing at the arm he had poked, but Shudo was smiling. Uraraka just asked him. Kirishima, sitting next to Shiro, grinned. So, that's why he was giggling, huh? Glad you enjoyed it. Are you excited for Bakubro's match? He raced over to Kirishima and gently smacked his arm with both hands quickly, not sure how else to get his point across. Kirishima cracked up at the response. Izuku laughed too, happy to be with his friends. Katsuki stepped up on the platform that acted as their ring, eyebags grinning smugly across from him. The rules were briefed for the crowd, then the match began with little fanfare. Shinso opened his mouth to speak. Katsuki grinned, feral, as he charged over to his classmate. Katsuki wasn't stupid. He'd been paying attention to the fucker's quirk all semester, and there was no way he'd give him a chance to speak. He came up on Shinso quickly and led with a strong left hook into a flurry of punches. Shinso scrambled to dodge them, not expecting Katsuki to push so early, trying his damnedest to keep his distance. Katsuki met him, pace for pace, mini explosions crackling in his palms as he slowly forced Shinso to walk backwards. Shinso's biggest weakness was combat, even with the training over the course of the semester. His quirk was in no way physical after all, and didn't give him any physical bonuses. As long as he could keep Shinso's mouth shut, it was an easy win. He kept up the pace, refusing to let Shinso breathe for even a moment. Shinso was forced to dodge and weave between his punches, backing away as Katsuki pushed forward. When Shinso refused to move back anymore, Katsuki went on a whim and took the initiative. He paused just long enough to aim his hand at Shinso's chest. He braced himself, muscles clenching, then made his palms boom with a major explosion, sending Shinso rocketing backwards and flying past the line in the ring. Katsuki took in a deep breath, right arm shaking and pulsating as pain blossomed from his palm and fingers, to his wrist, and traveled up his arm. Still, he grinned triumphantly. First one down. Izuku was going wild, but to be fair, it was an impressive display, at least in Kaminari's opinion. The kid was whooping and cheering, laughter bouncing off of the floor and leaking into the air, making others laugh and cheer for the sake of it. The chairs shuddered with Izuku's energy, but Kaminari wasn't worried. Instead, he grinned with Kirishima, happy to see Izuku so happy. He was so relieved Izuku could come and watch them fight. He wasn't sure what the kid would do if he was all alone, but even just the thought made his chest tighten with guilt. Thankfully they had gotten Izuku out of the classroom when they did. Kaminari was snapped out of his thoughts by the giggling growing in volume, sounding as if Izuku was right in his ear. He looked up on instinct, confused and a little alarmed, and he noticed an almost clear figure hovering over Todoroki and Uraraka's shoulders. It buzzed and flickered like a broken monitor, but he could just pick out the small form of a child. His breath caught and he held it, staring at the figure as it shifted from just barely there to almost comfortably seen. He couldn't make out much, just fluffy hair and a childlike body. Kaminari froze. The figure turned to beam brightly at Todoroki, and he barely made out freckles spotting round cheeks before the figure vanished. The energy felt sucked out of him. His heart was a painful, sinking drum in his chest, and he knew the others would be just as upset to see what he saw, so he kept the incident to himself. He watched Todoroki stand and exit for his match, Shiro nervously but optimistically following. It was one thing being told he was a kid, it was another matter entirely seeing it. Endeavor Power walked through the hallway, his footsteps like a powerful war drum as he searched for Shudo. When Shudo had decided to use his fire was beyond him, and keeping such a decision to himself was far past unacceptable. This whole time he could have trained Shudo's fire, made him unstoppable with his heat and ice, but unfortunately Shudo seemed to think such things weren't important, given his flippant attitude. Shudo's reluctance was infuriating at the best of times. It held him back from being the best, from being better than the #1 hero, a feat even Endeavor himself was struggling to achieve. Yet he had no problem throwing it all away. Scowling, he turned a corner quickly. Shudo was heading towards him, his face dropping from the almost calm expression he had before. He wasn't here for games. Shudo, he barked. The temperature had dropped a good 10 degrees, and Endeavor grit his teeth. Childishly lowering the temperature to antagonize him was going to get Shudo nowhere. Avoiding training with your fire is wasting valuable time. Have you no common sense? Endeavor blinked. A black shadow hovered behind and slightly above Shudo, carved out white space where eyes would normally be. It blurred and fizzled with rampant energy, movement inhuman as it twitched and jerked. Chills climbed up and down his back, seemingly spiting the heat that his quirk normally radiated. It started moving towards him, slow but steady, reaching out with dripping, broken arms. It harmlessly passed through Shudo's body as it made its way towards him. Endeavor took a shaken step back, body tensing on instinct. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the black mass of a figure. Closer and closer it crept. "What?" Shudo said, clearly bewildered. Did he not see this entity? Was it only visible to himself? Why target him specifically? Was this a quirk? A chilling, broken scream pierced his ears, and he clapped his hands over them, backing away from the creature as it roared at him in an echoed voice. The noise rebounded in his very bones, making his teeth vibrate. It got quicker, hands claw-like as it reached for him, pure white eyes staring into his soul. Mercilessly it screeched, uncaring of his pain, and still Shudo stood there, unbothered except for his growing look of confusion and alarm. Endeavor let his quirk flare, heat coming off of him in unbearable waves, but it did nothing to stop the shadow. The second it was within arm's reach was the second the roaring reached its peak, hands going for his eyes as the shadow lunged. Endeavor blinked. It was gone. The hall was blissfully silent, like nothing had been there. His stomach felt like a never-ending pit, heart hammering fast as he looked all around the hall, just waiting for the shadow to appear behind him, but it was empty. His flame stayed roaring as a shudder racked his frame. This had to be a quirk. Nothing else could inflict such unnatural feelings. Endeavor didn't feel fear. He made others fear, and the sudden role reversal was jarring. He tried shaking himself off the best he could, but there were still chills clinging to his skin. Are you okay? He snapped his head up to see Shudo, looking conflicted between very confused or very concerned. Shudo had seen nothing of that. Not a thing. He swallowed hard. What had he even come to say? An unnatural fear was unfurling, making it hard to focus. His vision swam dangerously. Nausea made bile climb up his throat. Go away, a voice whispered. Go away. Go away. Go away. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and Endeavor realized this wouldn't end until he followed the shadows once. For now, he could search for the quirk user later. He snapped out a shaky "we'll talk later" before turning on his heel and taking large strides down the hallway, away from Shudo. The black shadow followed him. Every time he turned, barely peeked out from behind a corner, in a door frame, behind boxes, or even other people. If it deemed Endeavor too slow, it would start roaring, a horrid scream that made his ears pulse with sharp pain. He power-walked the rest of the way out of the building, to get away from its awful noise if nothing else. The second he stepped out of the stadium building was the second the figure vanished. Endeavor lingered just outside for almost 20 minutes, waiting, but it never came back. Izuku found himself once again charging through walls and ceiling tiles, a desperate race to make it back to the stadium proper before Shudo and Siro's match began. He had to quickly adjust his route to avoid running into All Might, but he made it outside with no problem, screeching to a halt mid-air. He spun in circles, trying to find one section a second time without Shudo's contrasting hair to guide him. It was tougher, but thankfully Tokoyami was his own beacon, and Izuku made his way over. Kaken was back now, settled in the very back row of seats, pressed against the firm wall of the stadium's building with his group of friends. Shinso was back as well, folded neatly in the same group, and Kirishima, Mina, and Kaminari went back and forth between congratulating Kaken and encouraging Shinso. He didn't look too downtrodden thankfully, but Izuku still floated over to give him soothing pats on the back. The student jumped at the unexpected contact, but settled down quickly. "Thank you, Izuku," he grumbled, but his slight frown was growing into a smirk. "Don't baby me, go stroke Bakugo's ego. He'll keel over if someone isn't praising him." "Fuck off." Kaken snapped, looking up from where he held his phone in his lap. "Oi, Deku, tell Aizawa next time you run off, I'm getting chewed out because of you." "Right." Izuku had said he was going to come back, didn't he? He had gotten very distracted. He floated over sheepishly, hovering over Kaken's shoulder to see the messages from the class group chat. I know where he is, he's in the bleachers with you. That's not the issue, Bakugo. The next time he leaves you on your own you need to tell me. I can't have eyes on him all the time. Izuku reached down to respond, the screen immediately flickering. This is Izuku, he typed. I'm using Kaken's phone, I'm sorry I worried you. Izuku sent it. He hesitated, then reached down to type again. I'm with everyone now in the stands, I get to walk with them to the ring while I'm down here. Can I stay? Please? The three little dots popped up then disappeared a few times before Aizawa properly responded. Yes you can, but you need to warn me next time, okay? Yes. Laughing face he texted back, grinning wide. Kaken grumbled, why did you get scolded less? Under his breath, but said no more than that. Izuku focused properly on his surroundings again, to see the class of 1A collectively staring at their phones, all shocked and very, very excited. You can type. Kirishima exclaimed, eyes shining. I had no idea. Izuku, that's great. Can you use my phone? Can you try? Uraraka chimed in, standing from her seat at the front to race up the bleachers steps and into the row just below Kaken. It's not a touch screen, but maybe? Try mine too, Karo, Tsuyu piped up, making her way next to Uraraka at a much calmer pace. Me too, Kaminari said, face determined as he waved his phone. Ida chopped away with a smile, seemingly unable to muster his firm tone. This is a fantastic revelation, but Todoroki's match is about to start, he scolded gently. Let's focus on the tournament for now. Izuku watched as half the class pouted, and he giggled. Teasingly, he batted at Kaken's hair and leaned down to text, the receiving swat harmlessly passing through him. Shudo needs our support, he texted. Let's cheer him on. Plus ultra. Free. Excited laughter swept the class, students randomly punching their fists in the air and shouting plus ultra. With laughter in their voice. Izuku pumped his fists too, shouting the school's mantra for his ears only. His heart swelled in his chest, throat clogging as the overwhelming joy filled him up until he was fit to burst. Shudo could hear the furious and sudden chanting that had broken out from the stands, and one glance revealed it was indeed his class that was making a fool of themselves. Still, the display made him smile wide. Shiro looked incredibly nervous across from him. He didn't like the look on Shiro's face. Shudo wasn't the most social, but he knew exactly what would put Shiro at ease. Plus ultra, he said neutrally. Shiro looked surprised at him, then he relaxed, a grin slowly pulling at his lips until he was laughing. Plus ultra, his classmate replied, glancing at the stands. The match began. Shiro, now loose and focused, immediately shot his tape towards him. Shudo made a huge wall of ice in retaliation, ducking briefly behind the cover. He pressed his left side into the ice, creating a burst of heat. A small part of the wall melted, creating water puddles on the ground, and Shudo darted out from behind it to shoot ice into Shiro's face. He had to keep Shiro from focusing too hard on the ground. His plan would fall apart immediately. Shiro dodged the ice, jerking to the side. He shot his tape on the ground and used his momentum to pull himself toward Shudo, the other arm already shooting more tape at him. It managed to cling to Shudo's left shoulder, and Shiro yanked. Shudo felt weightless as his body went flying to the line of the ring. He let his left side flare and the tape burned, Shiro's hold on him lost, and Shudo created another ice wall to stop his path before he passed the white line, crashing into it a little roughly. He burned the ice and water trickled down to the floor. Shudo dodged another strip of tape, ducking and weaving and leaving thin trains of ice in his path that began melting almost immediately on the warm floor. Shiro didn't have any buildings for his tape to latch onto, but any momentum he could get from shooting himself forward he was taking full advantage of, and Shudo knew aiming for Shiro directly as he zipped around the ring was a waste of time. If he could just pin him down he would win the fight no problem, but he didn't have a lot of time in between Shiro's brief touches with the ground. His ice on his own was too slow, especially since both he and Shiro preferred to keep their distance, but if there was cold water there already his ice would travel just a bit quicker, and that might give him the edge he needed to pin Shiro down without getting too close. Once Shudo felt confident enough with the amount of melted ice on the ground, he watched Shiro's progress. Shiro shot forward. Shudo, seeing where his path led, shot ice at him, and Shiro landed early to duck behind one of Shudo's own ice pillars. Shudo shot his hand to the floor and let out a burst of ice. It traveled along the cold water in a wave, lightning quick, and Shudo sent the biggest shard of ice he could make and hurled it at the ice pillar. It was weak from Shudo melting it, and it broke off, pinning Shiro behind the pillar and sending him flying backwards, forcing him out of the ring before he knew what was happening. The second Shudo stepped onto the bleachers was the second he was assaulted with pats to his face. He had to freeze in his trek to his seat, scrunching up his nose and squinting his eyes as Izuku laughed and squealed. The rest of the class only watched his reaction and laughed, not bothering to offer assistance. Kaminari watched as Todoroki finally managed to find his seat. Shiro came in shortly after, shoulders low, but the giggles that followed and the shiver that visibly made its way through Shiro's body seemed to cheer his defeated friend up a bit. He made his way over and sat by Mina. "You did so great." He heard her cheer, and Kaminari stood to make his way down to the arena, Izuku announcing he was joining him with chills and a soft pat to his shoulder. Kaminari took the stairs down in silence. Izuku was a hovering presence over his shoulder, and the image of his small body seemed to stick itself to the forefront and stay there. He tried to focus on the match ahead of him. The name Reiko had been on his slip of paper, a vague face in his memory all he could conjure even though he knew for sure he'd properly met her somewhere. He wished he knew what type of quirk she had to prepare for it. Kaminari only hoped it wouldn't bite him in the ass later. He wanted proud Izuku pats after the match. Hell, he wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't half the class motivation at this point. "Izuku." Kaminari let out a gusty sigh, and Izuku murmured to him, words unrecognizable. His heart squeezed. He had to say something, especially after what he saw. "Hey buddy," he said, hoping he sounded as chipper as he was aiming for. "If you ever need anything or want to chat, I'm always free, okay?" Izuku murmured again, and he felt the kid bat at his hair, almost fond. His chest loosened, stomach rising from when it had dropped into his feet earlier. Feeling rejuvenated, he squared his shoulders and focused. The arena was right in front of him. He stepped out of the safety of the stadium and into the open air, but Izuku didn't leave, staying by his side. They reached the platform together. A girl with white hair stood across from him, looking determined, and with a jolt he realized who it was. That Reiko, the girl who brought them cookies. Kaminari sent her a friendly wave, and she responded. Hesitant, but it was better than nothing at all. The match was started, and he felt Izuku's presence vanish as Reiko jumped upwards and soared, eyes sharp. Kaminari watched her rise, feeling his electricity spark in his fingertips. 1 minute Izuku was hovering peacefully next to Kaminari, about to turn around and float back up to the stands, and the next minute he was yanked backwards, heart pounding as his hands moved on their own to grab the collar of Reiko's shirt and pull her up. His hands buzzed painfully, a non-corporeal entity interacting with a world not meant for his touch, broken wrist straining with the weight of her, and he had to squeeze his eyes shut against the pain. His breath rattled in his chest, and he felt as if he was choking on his breath. He didn't know she was the one Kaminari had been fighting. Reiko's name hadn't been familiar. He hadn't been paying attention to her introduction. He didn't know. The couple of ghosts surrounding her looked at him with their flat gazes, bewilderment breaching the emptiness in their eyes, the same reaction he had gotten in the classroom. Izuku cringed from the attention, their stares doing nothing for his frantic breathing. An unnatural, forced anxiety was being burned into his skin, racing his heart, setting fire to his hands. She was so high up now. The second he let go was the second she could plummet to her death. The thought had him shaking, memories hazy, body fuzzing and losing its shape. Wait, if he let go of her? Izuku took in a deep, shaky, and rattling breath, used the pain in his hands to ground him as he actually looked at what he was doing. He tried to breathe around his closing throat. His hands were gripped tightly on her collar, actually moving the fabric and creating wrinkles as his fingers dug into the material. His hands were on fire, yes, but he was actually touching her shirt. Not a poke, not an unstable hold on a pencil that was refusing to acknowledge his hand. His grip was tight, strong, as if he was alive. He could use this. Izuku knew he couldn't back out now or buck her off. This was a tournament, and as harsh as her quirk was, it was her quirk, and she was only doing what she could to win, just like everyone else. If he had to grit his teeth and bear it for fairness' sake, he might as well take the opportunity to see what she was making him do. Maybe, just maybe, it could help his own progress in actually moving things. It was hard to focus with the panic making his head fuzzy, but he could do it. Kaken's influence in middle school was practice. The times where he had to attempt to calm Kaken down on the spot to avoid popping explosions, the smell of gunpowder surrounding him, popping rampant in his ear as Kaken cornered him into a wall, laughing. Izuku furiously shook his head. He couldn't lose himself in memories right now. He fought against the crashing wave of images in his head, trying to pay attention. She released him slightly. The pain in his hands soothed to a soft pulse as she began to descend, and now that the pain wasn't taking over, he could feel the texture of her shirt. Izuku stared. The fabric was softer than he'd imagined in his head, grains a soothing texture on his skin. The panic slowed, pumped the brakes as Izuku stroked the material with his thumb, completely mesmerized. It had been ages since he felt something like this. He felt something in his chest now too, if he really focused, a stable, solid feeling in his chest that seemed to trickle into his hands. He closed his eyes, breathed deep and focused hard, attempting to coax the feeling down to his legs as well. It was slow, sluggishly circulating through his shins and making its way down to his calves. His legs felt hot, but it wasn't burning. His little moment was ruined when Reiko got close enough to the ground. Izuku felt himself jerk into a straight drop, full speed at the floor. His stomach rolled as he panicked, concentration lost as his limbs flailed, his eyes were wide. He had no control, he couldn't stop, and he couldn't fight his body blurring into mist as he lost control in memories and phantom feelings as the ground came up to meet him. Aizawa gripped the desk so hard his knuckles turned white, his body leaning forward with his want to stop the match immediately. Midoriya was being jerked around like Yamagi was the puppeteer and Midoriya the puppet. To say the kid was having a bad time would be putting it extremely mildly, and Aizawa's stomach sank into the floor as he watched Midoriya drop, body fuzzing and disintegrating in a way he had never seen before. No one in charge of the festival would believe him if he said a ghost of a child was panicking. No one would understand, and no one would stop the match. Aizawa's hands shook with frustration and lingering fear. He couldn't do a fucking thing but sit and watch, throat closing as worry suffocated him. He hated this. Aizawa wasn't used to feeling helpless. Hizashi nudged him, and he jumped, whipping his head around to glare hellfire at Hizashi's skull. "What's wrong? See a villain?" Hizashi murmured, tone serious. "No," Aizawa hissed. "Midoriya is being used as a fucking puppet." Hizashi's eyes widened. "I don't know what her quirk is, but it's using Midoriya somehow. He's panicking. I don't know what's happening to him, I've never seen it before." "Nezu knows, right?" Hizashi whispered quickly. He could call off the match, say it was a false start. "Everyone was watching, they're going to call bullshit," Aizawa replied, heart sinking with his stomach as Izuku's unstable form flung Kaminari halfway across the arena. Nezu approved the sports festival, but he's not in control of the matches. Hizashi cursed under his breath. "I'll tell Midnight she'll pause the match." "On what grounds, Hizashi?" Aizawa hissed. Hizashi held out his hand, determination etched onto his face. "Give me your phone." Katsuki slouched in his chair, arms crossed as he watched Sparky get launched. Flat Face and Kirishima were cheering Sparky on, even through the missteps. The girl from 1B was holding her own for sure, but Sparky wasn't taking it lying down either. He got close a couple of times, hand just barely grazing her elbow or back before she kept him away at arm's length again, and seeing their quirks try and work around one another was, admittedly, kind of cool. 1B girl had to keep her distance, but Sparky was dead set on getting as close as he was able. Her telekinesis seemed to be making things difficult, but Katsuki had to admit he was somewhat impressed. As much as Sparky liked to joke around and take almost nothing seriously, he could hold his own really well. "Just a second, folks." Midnight's voice cut through the tense atmosphere of the match. Pause right there. We think someone stepped out of bounds. It will be just a moment while we review the tapes. Hold on to your seats. Katsuki straightened. His classmates muttered in confusion all around him, squinting down at the match. He was sure no one had been sent out of bounds. He'd been following the match pretty closely. Why Midnight needed to bullshit was lost on him. He looked at Sparky and 1B girls' faces, but they seemed just as surprised as everyone else. Sparky in particular looked nervous. Wait, what? Kirishima chirped beside him. Did any of you guys see them step over? I mean, Kaminari was getting tossed around, Flatface said reluctantly. Maybe his hand went over by accident? Katsuki scoffed. No fucking way. Neither of them have gotten closer than halfway to the line. This whole pause thing is bullshit. Kirishima opened his mouth to respond, but stopped as freezing air suddenly suspended over them like a cloud, rattling their bones and making their teeth chatter as a horrible feeling clawed its way up their spines. Kirishima and Pinky paled, and Flatface looked worried. Izuku? Flatface called out, voice shaking, but just as quickly as it arrived, the feeling vanished with a warm breeze. Aizawa stood up from his seat, watching intently as the half-static form Midoriya was and made a beeline for the booth. Prepare yourself, Aizawa warned Hizashi, then Midoriya phased through the glass, a sobbing, warped mess. Hizashi clicked off their microphones, paling. The temperature of the room dropped dozens of degrees, sobs tearing through the quiet of the room. The booth began to shake, the walls and floors struggling through a man-made earthquake, Midoriya's form warping and caving in on itself like a blurry, crashing wave. Scratches tore from the walls closest to him, and Aizawa recoiled from the panicked shout that tore out of Midoriya's throat. Midoriya, I'm here, Aizawa soothed. It's all right, you're safe. Another sob rebounded through the air, echoed and rattled. You're okay. Do you know where you are? I am, Surwai, itd. Midoriya's warped voice managed to push its way through his crying, sounding like he was choking. Aizawa's heart somehow lurched and sank all at once. He spared a glance at Hizashi. His hands were shaking, he looked sick. Aizawa grit his teeth against the wave of nausea and shudders Midoriya's presence brought on. It's okay, Aizawa said, tone soft and sad. It's not your fault, it was an accident. Can you take deep breaths? Aizawa inhaled as smoothly as he was able. Every heartbeat felt painful, chest swollen with sadness and regret as he held his breath. Then he released just as smoothly. Can you do that for me? IWANTTOGOHOME, Midoriya said on hitching breaths. ITHURTS, the table rattled on the vibrating floor, another scratch gouging into the wall. Aizawa stopped, heart crumbling painfully, then he slowly walked towards the door. Follow me and we'll go home. But I need you to breathe. BREG, 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 BRE, Midoriya echoed, the static cloud beginning to follow him out. Aizawa made his way down the stairs, outwardly calm. Midoriya followed him dutifully. You're okay, Aizawa spoke to him. Try and follow me. Deep breath in. Aizawa inhaled, deep breath out. He let the breath go. Deep breath in. He inhaled. Deep breath out. He exhaled. A rattling noise came from the cloud as Midoriya attempted to copy him the best he could, hitching breaths and sobs interrupting. Aizawa coached him as he finally hit the bottom floor and made his way out into the hall. Midoriya was still by his side, close, almost against his shoulder. Just breathe, he murmured, watching as his form began to solidify, slowly but surely. We'll take it slow. The intercom clicked back on, reverb making the speakers squeal. Both contestants are safe. Let the match continue. Sparky visibly relaxed at the news, and a newfound determination formed on his face. Katsuki frowned in bewilderment, watching as the two got back into battle stances, and he thought quietly. Did the match pausing have to do with Deku? The feelings they got were only when Deku was upset and they had been worryingly strong. Katsuki dug in his pocket and pulled out his phone, sending a message to Aizawa. Is Deku with you? Aizawa felt his phone vibrate in his pocket, and he silently begged for it to just shut the fuck up. Midoriya had finally settled for the most part, form mostly solid but still blurry at the edges. Midoriya's ear hovered around Aizawa's chest, listening, quiet sniffles coming out of the curled-up ball just above his lap. It reminded him of the USJ, and he internally cringed at the memories. Thankfully, he had managed to coax Midoriya into the break room, the smell of coffee still lingering in the air from earlier. He had made his way over to a chair and carefully sat down in it, still talking to Midoriya, and instead of getting upset since they were no longer moving like Aizawa expected, Midoriya had immediately taken refuge in his lap, curling up into a tiny ball with his knees tucked into his chest. His injuries were the worst Aizawa had seen yet, bloody and raw and twisted. Aizawa didn't move, he just let the kid soak in as much comfort as he could. "Do you still want to go home?" Aizawa asked quietly, the classroom a vague image in his mind's eye. To his surprise, Midoriya shook his head. He tapped the pocket with his phone, broken wrist creaking, and only then did Aizawa pull it out, offering the item to the little ghost. Something on the screen caught his eye, and Midoriya's lower lip wobbled, eyes shining as he looked at Aizawa. He pointed at the phone, asking. Aizawa looked. Bakugo had sent a message. "Go ahead," he said, in what he hoped to be an encouraging tone. Midoriya began to type away with slightly shaking hands, then typed some more. A gentle tap on Aizawa's side told him he was done. "No, I want to stay here." "It's quiet," he had typed. Meanwhile his phone vibrated with another message from Bakugo. "Do you want my phone for a while?" He offered. Any distraction was a good one in Aizawa's eyes, and maybe having some connection to the rest of the students while he calmed down with someone he trusted would be the best decision. Midoriya nodded. Aizawa held his phone next to his thighs so Midoriya could stay curled and still see it, and a pale hand reached out from the safe cocoon of limbs Midoriya had made to type one-handed. On and off Midoriya messaged, his phone vibrating in his hand more and more as the students all started messaging Midoriya back and forth. It was bringing a smile to the kid's face, and Aizawa let out a soft breath of relief. He would have to watch over Midoriya closer from now on. He never wanted to see the little ghost like that. Never. Izuku wiped the leftover tears and blood from his face, watching as texts came pouring in from the students in the stands. He had meant to text only Kaken back, but apparently his response leaked to the rest of the class and it wasn't long until they attempted to cheer him up. Kaminari won. Shiro had typed, followed by others sending messages of excitement. Izuku watched quietly, a smile pulling at his lips at the news. He sent a smiley face and emoji back. He didn't have the energy to do much else. As much as that had been miserable, Izuku still remembered the feeling of solidity in his chest. Right now he was taking a minute's respite, but the second he was okay was the second he would test out the theory he was loosely piecing together as a form of distraction. He sniffed. He felt exhausted and miserable, and his hands still had leftover pulses of pain from Kaminari's competitor. He had tried to suck it up, tried to make sure he wasn't affecting the tournament, but he had anyway. "I'm sorry," he typed in the notes app, feeling his throat clog up all over again, then sadly tapped Aizawa. The teacher looked at it and frowned. "I said it wasn't your fault and I meant it," Aizawa replied gently. "Don't beat yourself up over something like this." His heart still felt heavy, but he tried to take in Aizawa's words. He pulled up the texting app and caught up with the live blog, still floating just above Aizawa's lap. "Tokoyami and Momo are next. Both look nervous," Shiro typed. "For some dumbass reason," Kaken added, and Izuku giggled softly. He'd stay here for a while. Later though, he would give Kaminari and the other winners the patting of a lifetime. Kaminari, glowing triumphantly in his seat with a wide grin, watched the fight between Ojiro and Uraraka come to a close. Uraraka had done her best, but Ojiro's expertise in hand-to-hand combat coupled with his agility was just too much, and Kaminari couldn't blame her for the loss that was just around the corner. As much as he felt for her, he couldn't suppress his own grin at his victory. He didn't think he'd make it past the cavalry battle, in all honesty, but now that he was here he was practically sparking in his seat with excitement, pride in himself filling his chest, both light and dense. Izuku promised pats when he saw them next, and now all there was left to do was keep the streak going, a challenge in itself really. Ashido had beaten Aoyama pretty soundly, Tokoyami won in his and Yamamo's match, Kirishima emerged victorious against Tetsutetsu, and Ojiro was giving Uraraka one last jab to the kidney, knocking the wind out of her and making her go down. Kirishima, Ojiro, Tokoyami, Bakugo, Ishido, and Todoroki. The only match left was Ida and Hatsume, and both of them would be equally as tough to fight. Any one of them could be his opponent next round, and the thought of fighting most of them made him sweat. He hoped he'd get anyone but Todoroki or Bakugo. The second he was against one of them, he knew it'd be over, and he wanted to go as far as he possibly could. Everyone knew one of those two would win. Bakugo may have gotten second both times, but it had been close calls. No one knew what would happen if they were to properly fight and fight to win. Ida stood with a determined look and made his way down to the arena, Hatsume standing a few groups away and following his lead. The grin on her face made Kaminari wince. She was crazy, but she was smart. Ida wouldn't have an easy time of it for sure. Mei was positively thrilled. The sports festival wasn't for the support course or the Gen Ed students, it was geared towards the hero course and not much else. That didn't mean she couldn't use it to her advantage though. At least a little. She walked to the arena with sure strides, a winning smile on her lips as the cameras all focused on her and her opponent. She hated to shirk Ida on an actual fight, but it was too golden of an occasion to pass up. Midnight announced the match, and she began, a mic sprouting from a hidden compartment in her glasses. "Ladies and gentlemen," she announced, her voice a sharp knife cutting through the stands and rebounding in the empty air. Her heart swelled with anticipation and excitement, body pumped full of adrenaline as the camera focused on her and her alone. Mei's smile widened into a grin. Showtime. Katsuki had been content with live blogging Deku the fights. He told Deku what had happened between Tail and Round Face, and immediately he had given Tail cheerful emojis and Round Face consoling ones. Deku seemed tired. Aizawa wouldn't fucking answer his questions, no matter how hard he pressed, and he wasn't sure if asking Deku directly what the problem was would be the best call, so all he could do was provide a good enough distraction. It was a trend Katsuki was noticing lately, being forced to sit on his hands and wait, and it didn't sit well with him. He figured he'd talk to his therapist the next appointment to see if she had any suggestions on what to do. She didn't need to know about Izuku, he could say it was a random nobody. As happy as he was to provide a distraction, it was also a bit difficult to live blog when he couldn't figure out what the hell was even happening. Pink hair was ducking and weaving around glasses, every attempt to strike her was cleverly avoided, and she began to show off her equipment like it was a fucking advertisement. If Pink Hair had used him like that, he would have been seething, and the second it was over he'd hunt her down and fight her on the spot for a proper match. Seeing it happen to someone else, however, was hilarious. The look on Glass's face was a combination of bewildered and annoyed, but Pink Hair was completely immune to the glares she was receiving, just trucking along through her showcase as if she wasn't trying to avoid Glass's powerful kicks to her back. "What's happening now?" Deku sent him, his phone chirping obediently. Katsuki texted back. "Pink Hair is using Glasses as a human mannequin. She's just trumpeting her shit instead of fighting." Then, "It's fucking funny." The three dots appeared and disappeared a couple of times. Katsuki looked up, watching Glasses being suspended in the air from the jets on his support items. Pink Hair did jazz hands, limbs, and he could hear a mixture of sympathy and amusement from his classmates. "I don't know what I was expecting," Kirishima sighed sympathetically next to him, but it wasn't this. Flat face, raccoon eyes, and Sparky only howled with laughter to the side of them. Pink Hair ended her advertisement with a bow and a quick hop out of bounds, and Katsuki pinched the bridge of his nose to hide his grin. Round 2 was about to begin, a sulking Ida being soothed by Uraraka's comforting words, and Shuda watched intently as the next line of matchups were displayed on the board high above the stadiums. Mei arrived at their bleachers to greet them, cheerful words being traded as she descended the stairs before Ida stood up and began scolding her, but Shudo tuned them out. He was fighting Tokoyami. He stewed on that for a moment, half-formed ideas filtering in and out of his brain, then he moved on. Bakugo was fighting Ida. An interesting match in the works, he was sure. Ishido was fighting Kaminari, and Ojiro was paired with Kirishima. He stood, determination making him keep his head high as he ascended the stairs to head to the arena. Kaminari let out a puff of relief as the next round's matchups revealed themselves. Thank God he was paired with Ishido. Granted, she was nowhere near weak, but he liked to think they were a bit closer to evenly matched and less like a chipmunk fighting an oak tree. At least he had a chance. He watched Todoroki leave the bleachers thankfully and sent a wish of good luck to Tokoyami. Shudo watched as Tokoyami made his way across from him in the arena. Midnight waited for him to get into position, and Shudo quietly hummed in thought. Tokoyami was an elusive one for sure. He didn't often share details about his quirk. He was similar to Shinso in that way, so his strengths and weaknesses were unknown to most, and that list included him. The only thing he was sure about was Tokoyami's preference for long range because of Dark Shadow, having been keeping a close eye on his match. Midnight started round 2 with a smirk. Tokoyami wasted no time. Just like with Yaoyorozu, Dark Shadow came forth and was sent directly towards him, yellow eyes glowing and bright. Shudo sucked from the attack, sending shards of ice at the figure. Dark Shadow jerked right, smoothly adjusting itself to face him without losing its momentum, and it charged with no pause. Shudo dodged left, then changed tactics, sending ice shards to Tokoyami himself instead, but his classmate was able to avoid it while still operating Dark Shadow. Shudo's mind was a rush of thoughts and clicking pieces, trying to figure out exactly what to do as he dodged and maneuvered around Dark Shadow's advancements. He couldn't properly attack Dark Shadow, but trying to attack Tokoyami seemed a fruitless effort. If he overwhelmed him with flurries and shards, he might be able to keep him contained and unable to fight, but Shudo needed time and focus to do that, and Dark Shadow was making that plan an issue. In annoyance, Shudo flared a warning burst of fire that didn't leave his body, hoping to discourage it and grab a moment to breathe. Dark Shadow did as he hoped and retreated and did a bit more, shrinking down and wilting from the flames. Shudo saw the reaction, and his throat closed. Using his left side was a necessity. He couldn't deny that, and using his fire in baby steps had been a tremendous help with the sports festival as a whole. He didn't regret using it. But he didn't think he could use it against someone with the same reactions to it as him. Cringing from it, wilting, not simply afraid of losing the tournament but afraid of fire. Shudo stopped it, snuffed out his left side and wrapped it back up in mental chains until he was suffocating from them. Dark Shadow took the moment of distraction and lunged, getting a hit to his gut that knocked the wind out of him and sent him flying backwards. He landed hard on his side, skidding a foot or two, his skin burning from the friction. He needed to focus. Shudo gasped, attempting to suck air into his spasming lungs. Dark Shadow made another swift attack, and Shudo desperately slapped the ground, a cascade of ice barreling towards Tokoyami and making him dodge. His focus was broken just long enough for Shudo to roll, getting back on his feet and slowly regaining his breath. A numbness was already creeping up on his right hand, and he fought with himself for a moment before the chains loosened, just barely, just enough to let him regulate his body heat. He took in a shaky, deep breath. It was a gut reaction and nothing more, he knew that. Dark Shadow was a shadow. It wasn't reacting to fire itself, it was most likely reacting to the light it gave off. Even if he kept it close to himself and didn't send the fire away from his body, he could keep Dark Shadow off of him indefinitely. He just couldn't focus on Dark Shadow's reaction. He had to focus on Tokoyami anyway. Shudo squatted, a hand lowering to rest his right palm on the ground. Dark Shadow made another move, and Shudo cut the mental chains away, his fire kindling, swelling, and wafting from his left side. Dark Shadow backed away, shrinking. He couldn't use both sides whenever he wished. It was hard to focus on movement and strategy when all his attention was being sucked away by both of his quirks. He became a statue, immobile, but if he was a torch stuck in place, Dark Shadow couldn't get close enough to touch him anyway, and as long as he had some kind of way for his ice to travel, his hand placed firmly on the ground, he could maneuver the ice itself. Shudo braced himself. Tokoyami was forced to run from the barrage of ice that came his way, but it followed him, chasing his path down until it swallowed his legs, then torso, until only his head was free. The ice crawled from Tokoyami's chest to the tail that attached Dark Shadow to him until it fully encased it as well. Midnight rendered him unable to fight, and the match was ended, Shudo the victor. Midoriya was slowly unwinding from his hunched curl, limbs freeing themselves one by one as Midoriya focused less on safety and more on his phone, and Aizawa held in his relieved sigh. His injuries had healed as much as they were going to, and a smile had been on his face for a couple minutes now, transforming into grins and giggles. Aizawa frowned thoughtfully. He didn't know who the girl from 1B was, nor did he know what her quirk proper was, but he couldn't stand idly by and wait for her to pull Midoriya in again. The question was, did she even know she was doing it? It was hard to believe a future hero was aware of not only using a young child, but severely hurting them, mentally or physically. He couldn't in good conscience slander her like that. He had to believe she didn't know what she was doing. But it was her quirk, how could she not? Midoriya giggled softly in his lap, and the unease filling his chest retreated at the sound. He was sitting with his legs tucked under him now, his earlier hunched posture nowhere in sight, eyes wide and focused on the glitching phone in front of him. A small finger would reach out and tap away, one key at a time. Aizawa smiled at the kid, something in him relaxing. At least Midoriya had finally calmed. Something in his face lit up, a remembered thought bright and shining in his eyes, and Midoriya patted seriously at his thumb. Aizawa hummed, questioning, and Midoriya typed what he wanted to say. "Can you let go? I want to try something." Raising his eyebrows in a silent question, Aizawa did as asked, setting his phone on his thigh. Midoriya adjusted, floating up and turning so he was parallel with the device. His cheeks puffed, focused, eyes squinting with the force of whatever he was trying to do. He reached out to the phone, hands cupping the small device. He lifted slowly, unsteady, and the phone followed his hands, floating higher and higher in the air. Aizawa's eyes widened as Midoriya exploded with joyful laughter. Attention lost, his phone slipped through the wisps of his hand, and Aizawa lunged forward, snatching it from the air. Midoriya patted furiously at his shoulder, excited, fast mutters indecipherable to his ears. Midoriya's joy, however, was not. His face was an ecstatic beam, eyes sparkling with life and emotion for the first time Aizawa had seen. Midoriya paused his pats, focused again, and resumed with puffed cheeks. Aizawa could feel Midoriya's hands on his shoulder, the pressure from his gentle but frequent pats, his clothes reacting to the force. It wasn't a vague, cold force, it was a human hand. Midoriya could interact with him.